Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Wah. So, there was an airship sent eastward bound, so I sent word to Camp Cloudtop on the off chance the airship passed by. Sure enough, Lady Lina informed me that it's been sighted by our scouts. So, we must follow the trail through Camp Cloudtop. And Lucia is off. Good morning, camper. Valvedrick's offshore Twitch account, Mike Demona Blade took all. So I'm guessing you didn't watch the entire VOD offshore Twitch account. Because in the VOD, I decided to... In the VOD. During the stream, I decided to codify that negative. Hi, Leander. Hi, Churro. Right, it's a Wednesday. Hope there's some voice acting. Nope, of course not. What have you been getting up to lately? People mowing the lawn. Honestly, screw that scene anyways. I hate that goddamn scene. It's so stupid. It's the worst part of that entire game. In my opinion, that has not changed. Have you heard of Evis Law? Yeah, but we're not going there yet. We gotta do some side quests for actually a while. From what he told Lore, the Asians were trying to tempt him as they tempted Gaius. Even if he spoke true about playing along, I could see him attempting to seize it. As if we needed another reason to pursue him. Well, I'm convinced the Enterprise is at your disposal. Just as well, after pulling you out of the fire these few times, I reckon I was due to deliver you into it. Ah, Sid. Hey, Omega Legion. Hey, Hazardous. I had a question for you. Have you ever heard of Heroes Hour? It's a video game. Wait, are we already on to Into the Blue? Okay, no, that's not what I thought about. Never mind. Sure, Omega Legion. It's never a good sign, but sure, I'm ready. Strike me down. Today's been a suck day anyways. Woke up with a headache day. In addition to... Some of you may or may not remember, there was a dog that used to bark at absolutely everyone. I turned it into a joke to cope with it because he used to drive me crazy. You know, that's the People Exist dog. Some of you probably remember that dog. Anyways, he's probably being put down today. So, and this is definitely one of those mercy put downs. His left side isn't functioning. He can't support any of his weight on his left side at all right now. In the middle of taking a walk, he just crumbled. And this is not exactly unknown. It's a 12-year-old dog. We all saw this coming, but as usual, it still sucks when it hits, you know. Probably, Dakota. We're not even 100% sure. I'm not even 100% sure they're putting him down today, but I got woken up by that call. Informing me of what was happening to him. So... Pray forgive my lateness. Tataru and I had much to discuss. We still have no news of the missing scions, but she assures me Urion J, raise eyebrow, and Riol are pursuing promising leads. Come, we can continue this discussion on the Enterprise. Yes, let's go! Let's airship it up, shall we? So, we're in an interesting situation here. We are about 5 quests from a raid, an 8-man trial. I would like to do that with people, as I always do. Looks like it cut you off, Omega Legion. Like you hit the text gap there. But anyways, so we don't have... Unless we have 8 people in, like, 30, 40 minutes, what I'm going to go ahead and do is pause before we hit Bismarck. And, you know, rather than pug it or just unsync it, we'll just go ahead and pause on it, because it's a fight we really do want to show off at level. As we do with most of these fights. And just go do some of the optional stuff. I've actually already lined up several optional things that we could do instead of that. And I've actually already done most of the prep work, as you can actually see here for the... This is all the crafting stuff we're going to need for the crafting quest. So that's all good to go. So just letting you know, we might kind of pause the MSQ for a bit. Anyways, let's get to the Enterprise. Let's see if I can... grab... Oh my god, this is a lot of text to make a Legion.
The reaches of the Sea of Clouds, where countless isles yet remained uncharted. In search of a mysterious land known as Azizlar, and the unmasked villain who sought to claim its secrets. Oblivious to the new threat which followed in their wake, they came.
I'm curious why you thought this needed to be a private message, Omega Legion. This is not what I was expecting from you. Hey! Fingers crossed, Dakota. Here, Clamp Cow talks. Be on your guard. The Vanu are on approach. So I'm just going to cut you off, Omega Legion. If you really think that's the kind of reviewer I am, then I have failed utterly at my job. And I really don't know how else to put that. I reviewed Bloodborne well. I really don't know what else I can add to that. Now that being said, I do have very significant personal biases against it. I hate Xenos as a character. It's not a lie. It's not a joke. It's not a meme. Screw them. But Stormblood as a whole, we'll see. We'll see exactly how it actually lines up. I am more curious than anything else. Missed one of your messages. There it is. Mayhap this effort was doomed to failure. Begs mercy of Netherlings, does not fight, does not wish to die. Oh no. The Vanu, which I haven't actually done their quests. Their rep quests. Go over there. Imperial troops? Yeah, this is always kind of weird. to clarify something in my theater Discord. Well, we must protect the Vanu at all costs. Of course, they immediately blind me. Yeah, this part of the story is very much, we need you to remember that Garlemald exists. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is debatable, of course, but it is certainly a thing. Either way, thank you for expressing your concern, Omega Legion. I don't think it's going to be an issue, to be completely honest, but if I'm wrong, I can only apologize. You stop it! Knockbacks are mean, yo. Yeah, considering Stormblood is in many ways an Imperial expansion, I suppose this is trying to set up for that, but at the same time, I don't know. I guess we'll see as we go through this. I do have comments to say about this, but we'll get to that when we meet a certain individual. Yeah, I did, and I don't know what I'm going to do about that. I'm probably just going to say screw it, to be completely blunt. Because I'm not changing the format. Because there's really, really good reason to have the current format. So I think we're just going to kind of live with that. Because the alternative is just either to start something, and then pause it, and then do something else, and then something else, and then something else. Or start something, pause it, do 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 something, pause it. In other words, to do it as it actually happened chronologically. And you can probably understand why I don't want to effectively have 4 contiguous plot threads going simultaneously for the sake of the stream. I've already thought about that exact problem, and indeed, if you're paying attention, we've actually already run into that problem over in ARR, just not as badly. Lord Vanu knows not what wind bears netherlings to Cloud Sea, but warmly welcomes them, shows gratitude where gratitude is due. Lord Vanu owes much and more to the Netherlings. As saviors, as heroes, Zundu welcomes you. To village. Sure. Right, that's why I pulled up Discord. There was a reason for it. I was going to ask to see if we could get 8 people going, because I don't think we can. But I'm going to at least ask. Thank you very much, Roberto. But I will not put that towards a PS5 because the problem with those is not cost. The problem with those is availability. Nevertheless, if you want to put that towards a game, please do let me know. Thank you. Hang on, hang on. Damn it. This is just the morning of aggravation, isn't it? Back to the other thing. God, this morning, I swear to God. It's okay, this delay definitely helps people hop on to join. There we go. Okay. I do not have more or less light at the moment, no. Everything is exactly the same as usual. Blackout curtains to remove external sources of light. Big light. And splash light, whatever it's called. I can't actually remember the terms. Warm light. That's the warm light. That's the big light. Like breeze guides leaves to rest. Come and lay down your burdens, Netherlings. Lord Vanu throws wide arms in greeting. Behold, Oksundu. Far warmer welcome than the one you received from the Vundu, I think. Vundu bluster and blow hither in yon. Sound and fury like aimless gale. What unseen lightning begets such thunderous report? It's the Garleans. It's a damn flying whale again. The Imperials are after it. Well, of course they are. It's a primal. All primals must die. Or be desummoned. Or die. We gotta go fight Sin. He's wounded. We can finish the job. Well, I've changed my mind about killing Bismarck. Insatiable white devourer of worlds, why must you torment us? Ah, Lonu Vanu wastes no words with his unfathomable deeds. Come and break words with Chief of Zundu. Oh yeah, Sin's totally a primal, if you think about it. But then again, pretty much all of the summons in FF10 are primals. Not exactly. There's a couple of variations. There's no tempering, for example. When you described it as a feathered flying whale, I assumed you'd taken some liberties. No, Alphino, I was being literal. Yeah, no, it looks like we're definitely going to be pausing the MSQ until we get a few people on. We have Omega Legion, and that's it. Like, I appreciate the offer of help, but wow, nobody's on. That's okay, that's okay. I knew this was coming. That's why I got all that other stuff prepped. Netherlings deliver Lord Lonu Vanu from claws of steel-shod fiends. Approved nobility. Okay. We're honored to meet you. I am Alphino Levier. Blah, blah. We come in search of an airship, a flying vessel of the Nethers, which we believe is somewhere in the cloud sea. Ah, like to black steel-shod contraption? Alas, no, that ship belongs to the Garlean Empire, an old enemy of ours, though not the enemy we're looking for at present. We have many, many enemies. We seek people who wear armor of purest white, led by an old man in white robes. Wait, Lord Vanu here. Lanu Vanu. Here, tell of these Netherlings. You do? Are you certain? Yep. We have scouts, because they seek the keys to Azizla. Now we're getting somewhere. Tell me, Chief Sanu, what exactly is Azizla? Beware, Netherlings, for blackest clouds portend greatest danger. Look not to the hearts of tempest. But the white devours isle where key is kept. Deep within bowels of mighty Bismarck it lies. So we need to kill Bismarck to get the key to Azizla, which is why we're killing Bismarck. Other than, you know, he's a primal. Bismarck bad, yo! Bismarck bad! I mean, it's a fun fight. I think. I don't know. We'll get there in a few hours, maybe? I don't know. I might just pug it. I hate to do that. The more I'm thinking about it, the more I think I might just go ahead and pug it. Really hate to do that, but I think it's actually the best option here. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. As this law is home to forbidden secrets, accessible only to the bearer of the key which the Archbishop covets. Much as I would like to believe it's safe within the belly of Bismarck, the Knights of the Heavensward wield primal powers. If we don't slay the whale and claim the key first, they surely will. Quite how we will go about it is another matter. As was the case with our battle with Leviathan, we're out of our element, and this time we have fewer allies to call upon. Be that as it may, our customary approach holds true. We'll begin by learning about the White. Let's question the rest of the villagers. Okay. I remember enjoying the Bismarck fight, but I mean, how many fights suck when it comes to pugging, right? No, Omega Legion. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I hate to do that, Fife. But I think I will. Meh, as they say. These apparently hippogriffs. Zephyr winds at your back, sunshine to your brow, travelers from below. Kunavali, keeper of tales, hears your words and she remembers. In times long ago, in lands elsewhere, before the cloud sea, the White is one among many. Newborn he swims beside his brothers in sea of endless water. But hated the White is, for his brothers are purest black. So great is their contempt, their loathing, that they would turn on him and rend his flesh asunder. So he falls only to rise again, for merciful gods raise him to the heavens where he is reborn. The White still longs for the sea to which he cannot return, but in rebirth a splinter of the divine is shed, and so he opens his maw from whence come the clouds, and a new sea is born to him alone. Content he gazes below and sees others who are as he, hated and hunted. He weeps, and in his benevolence he raises the isles of the earth, and guides the people to the cloud sea. Such is the tale of his rebirth and the salvation of Vanu. May it never be forgotten. But this demon which menaces the cloud sea, his rage is that of the Vundu, his hunger of a wild beast. The isles are his gift to us, yet now we must consume them? Kunavali knows no tales like this. Yeah, that's because it's not him, as we've established recently. Primals are not the originals. Relevance. That's what I was going to do, play Trival, but honestly, screw it. Screw it! We'll do it live. Anybody who wants to join for Bismarck is welcome to. Anyone who isn't will die horribly. Oh, I am super not pugging the Singularity Reactor, but that'll be later today, and I'm hoping more people will be on by then. So, what did you learn? Anything of value? No. Unless you know about want to know about the intricacies of Vanu sky fishing. That's it, Alpino, my boy, I could kiss you. What? From what we have observed, he's a creature of pure instinct, driven by hunger. When wounded, it fled, but not before devouring an island to restore its strength. Hate this song. What I propose is this. We tow a suitably appetizing island through the Sea of Clouds, fishing for the flying whale. Once it's there, then we fight it, and it's terrifying. But we got this. Not the first giant primal we've fought. No, we're just gonna beat it the old-fashioned way. It's an interesting concept for a fight, to be assured. I'll probably go ahead and heal for it to speed up the queue time. So I'll go ahead and grab Lilith. Does anybody else want to join for Bismarck? Well, let's go get an island. What level is this going to be? Is it going to be 57? What do you have at 57? Don't have Pepsis, but we do have Zoe. It's White Mage have at 57. A size and a Flatus. That's funny considering they later would do the Monster Hunter crossover. Listen, I need more Pepsi, okay, Mike Romano? Especially since I can't stand Pepsi and I prefer Coke. Just Syrupy for me. The Tramontane is upon us. The White Feast and the Vundu rejoice in his carnage. Hear me, Chief Sonu. This creature which torments you is not the deity who raised up the floating isles and gave gift to you. He is perversion of your beliefs given form by the Vundu, a false savior who consumes that which he should rightly safeguard. Yet it need not be this way. We have the power to strike down this impostor, but we must beg of you an island to see it done. Moats against tempest, in vain do they struggle. Yet who is Sonu to speak of what may be? Perhaps even the Tramontane can turn to the Penanti. I can't do any of this. Very well, Netherlings, when you are ready, tell the Zundu scouts what manner of island you require. We shall not fail you. Nah, trust us. Like, we'll probably wipe a couple times, but we'll be fine. Seriously, nobody else wants to join for Bismarck? Is it that bad of a fight? Ah, it's okay. We got 7 people for freaking Nabrialis, which is a terrible fight. Well, see, that's valid, Blade Tribal. Tell you what, call your boss and say, hey, the Lore Runner demands that I take the next 10 minutes off. You're fine, Omega Legion. Really, I understand your concerns, and I do. One of the hardest things for people to understand, wrong word, for people to learn to live with is when someone derides or mocks something that they love, right? It's one of the reasons why I will never be hesitant about my opinion. I hate Xenos as a character. But in no way does that mean I hate you as a person. I always try to make sure that that divide is there. Because it's so easy to hear someone say, FF6 sucks, and to take that personally, right? We all do that, to some extent or another. We all tend to take those kind of comments personally. And if we're being honest, most people on the internet don't bother to try and have a degree of understanding or acceptability about it. They just say, this sucks, and you suck, and everything sucks, and then they just go off on a suck tirade. Our Ashgardian friends have furnished us with dragon killers and ammunition. I've taken the liberty of procuring a Magitek field generator as well. Oh, cool, Valerian. I do hope to see more of you. Rest assured, we've chains to spare, every link forged, blah, blah. I like how rather than having us go through an entire story arc or quest chain, it's just, yeah, we're ready to go. I mean, you remember Leviathan's lead-in, right? So. Let's do it! If I can find... Oh, white. This is Shadowbenders. That's right. Boop. There we go. Limitless blue. Boop. Actually, sorry. Hang on. Let me make sure Lilith is ready here. Okay. I mean, I relate to that. Right? Like, I'm not trying to call anyone out here. I absolutely understand what it's like to have someone say, you know, something I love sucks, and something I love is terrible, and it's one of the worst things I've ever played. And there's just that, even if you intellectually understand, there's just that bit in the background, which is just like, oh yeah, no, this is a great AoE fight, I agree. I actually, I mean, I enjoy Dancer in general. I consider it one of the best jobs thing. You know, while we're paused here, this is a perfect time. So I've updated the thanks thing. I actually forgot to do this yesterday because I'm stupid. But we actually have, since we had each expansion funded individually, I forgot to change it to the Heavensward funding. So thank you and shoutouts to Pillars of Snow, Cloud of the Stars, Krenzler, Scion of the Emperor, Canada Bangs, Raximus, The Count 35, Atheru, Darth Tyrant, The Little Billy, Snickerfriend 1313, Zero Hunter, Maz 66887, Ciela _ Little Pixie Nerd, Michael Todd, Codex 125, Nami, Speaker, XM Ramble, Mr. Red 97, Frieza 2000, scroll down, Maverick, NLG Arm Devil, Bragwin, Zenyats, Ojak 1234, Fife 9, Primarch the Mage, the person who put this on the list, which was Tazara, and our 2 majority shareholders, which is, 3 majority shareholders, which are Emperor Valerian, Zastel the Keeper, and Novin. Thank you, all of you. Much appreciate and much obliged. Thank you. I admit that it's easy for me intellectually to understand why people would like Xenos, because I like Kefka. Kefka's one of my favorite villains. Ever. Like, in all of fiction. So, it's easy to understand someone liking Xenos, because all I have to do is understand that I like Kefka. I'm not trying to relate the two, by the way. In fact, the two are very, very nothing like each other at all. My point in bringing that up, though, is I know plenty of people who dislike Kefka, or only kind of like Kefka, or don't really have any strong feelings about Kefka, whereas I consider him, you know, best villain, etc., etc. That is off-center. Let's see if we can fix that. That looks a little bit better. It's still a little off-center, but whatever, we're here! Bismarck time. Because Xenos, it's not like he doesn't have characterization, right? There are two primary things I don't like about Xenos. Let me walk that back. There are three things I don't like about Xenos. The first thing is I don't like him, which let's just establish that. He's not a character I enjoy. He's not a character I'm going to enjoy. Coffee, right? The second problem is, and this is kind of a spoiler, but he is smashed into our face so often. And I hate that. You know what that means, right? Like, all you have to do to envision that is imagine a character you don't like who is constantly on the camera in a game, or in a show, or in a movie, or in a book. They're just there. They're there, just constantly, right? And so it kind of makes it worse. You know what I mean? It's the Minphilia problem. Who we got here? And that, of course, leads us to my third problem with him, which is actually entirely from a gameplay perspective. I should probably mention you can fall off here. I would recommend not doing that. See, Ranjit is the same overall problem, and I hate Ranjit, by the way, to be very clear. Even in the original review, I gave him multiple negatives, and we weren't doing that yet. He was kind of the origination of that concept. But anyways, the difference with Ranjit is Ranjit comes and goes. By the end of the vanilla MSQ, Ranjit has left the narrative. Xenos is in 3 expansions. But, sorry, the third thing is pure gameplay. I actively feel like they do us and him a disservice in the fights we fight him. So that's the negative that I'm almost guaranteed to be giving him when we get here, on the gameplay axis. So as you can see, we have some ads, we have some things, we chain him to the thing, we jump on. While we're on here, we have Whaleback, which gives us tons of bonus damage to his back. Now, you can actually kill him here. I don't think we have the deeps for it. Also, we're taking damage the entire time we're here. And I'm going to go ahead and pop back off. Risk it. Wow, never mind, we actually managed it. So, phase 2. So we got 2 ads. If the ads are too close to each other, bad things happen. There's lots of AoE going around and cyclones, which makes it really irritating to AoE heal on this fight. Or do any kind of solo cast like that. Do I have that? I do have that at this level. I don't, Omega Legion? Oh god. Get them away from each other. Like, to say he's a bad voice actor would obviously be literally wrong. Why are... Split them up! What are our tanks doing? So I would never, for example, give a negative to Xenos' voice actor, because he's not a bad voice actor. Why are they still not split up? Jesus Christ, at some point you figure they'd notice either the buff or the giant chain between them, or the fact that we weren't doing anything to them. Oh my god, people. Sorry, my elitism is showing. Just gonna accept that cyclone there, because it's right where I need to be, and I'd rather be tossed in the air a couple of times than not have that. Let's go ahead and get this out again. But yeah, I don't enjoy Xenos' voice acting. It's just, it's not bad. It's funny, Guild Wars 2 just had an expansion, came out a couple days ago, right? And in that expansion, when you go to this brand new area, there's this thing, right? Where Bismarck shows up and is like, oh, I'm gonna kill you. Totally not sin-inspired here. Where they actually force you, it's actually mandatory for the MSQ of Guild Wars 2 to do basic tutorials again. This is how comboing works, this is how avoidance works, this is how you break bars, stuff like that. And I found that amusing, because those kind of things should be in the beginning of the game, and aren't. But it's actually a good thing that it's there, because it's a good refresher on those mechanics. It's also the first time they've ever explained the break bar in the game, ever. Guild Wars 2 is a terrible game, and then an okay game, and then a decent game, and then a great game, and then an amazing game, and then an okay game, and then an amazing game again, in that order. Whoa, okay. Sure, I'll accept that. And yeah, there's no reserves left, so have fun. You got this. Yeah, this would be a good time for a limit break. Yay. So that was the Bismarck fight with a terrible pug. I'm gonna jump off the ledge. I'm done with this. I'm out. Peace. Bismarck's a whale, obviously. Aw. So anyways, if you fall off, I don't remember if you can be rezzed in that fight. Does anybody remember? Because I meant to test that in the middle of the fight, and I got distracted by having a terrible group. Yeah, I don't like to walk into things with preconceptions, Omega Legion, but I'm going to go ahead and be honest. When I saw he was an Endwalker, my first reaction was, oh, god damn it. Because again, they keep shoving a character I don't like into my face, and it's like, really? Also, one of the only spoilers I know about Endwalker has to do with Xenos. I will not say it here, of course. It is the only spoiler I actually have. See you around, Retro. It was not a spoiler I was happy to hear.
Warrior, light, beloved.
Yeah, sure.
Eidolon, all made one.
Uh-huh.
Darkness, like to none known. Hark the receiver blessing s'more.
I get a s'more? Dude! Awesome. I do not need to be told, Blade Tribal. I mean, I'm still pissed about the fact that I was spoiled about it, but that's unrelated to it. We'll see what we think of it. There have been times where a character I hate has been turned into a character I like. It's not often, but it has happened. Hi, Laha, idiot. Oh.
As did all others before him.
Never mind, it's Iggy.
How many times does this make, Warrior of Light? How much you have grown. Far beyond the limits of mere mortals.
He has what we seek.
That he does. The key to Azizla and the secrets of Alag.
Sure.
I see you have regained the blessing of light, albeit at a fraction of its former strength.
My thanks to you, Asian. And to you as well, Warrior of Light, for saving us the effort of slaying Bismarck.
You're welcome. Delivery with a smile.
That the key is within our grasp. The path to the heavens shall at last be laid bare.
Ugh, a logins, am I right? Couldn't just make a normal key. Nope, gotta fancy it up.
By our deeds shall the wrongs of antiquity be righted, and man reclaim the reins of history.
Good thing, Bane. Now this is Azizla. We'll actually learn more about this during an optional thing, but all you need to know right now is that's Azizla. The flying zone. Oh my god, it's the Mana Fortress! Awesome music! Thank you for joining me, Omega Legion. At least I think that was you. Whoever Lilith is, Omega Legion gets no thank yous. Forgive me, Laura. Had I known what was happening, mayhap I could have done something to stop them. Not really. Alas, Wedge and I were still sealed in the interim, and heard not of the struggle till it was over. And now, for all our efforts, the Archbishop has the thing, and that was all a waste of time. Cool. I love wasting time in stories. Which is funny, because this is now a fairly large section of... I don't know if this is padding in the strictest sense of the word, but it's the second time in this narrative where it's been like, alright, there's Azizla. Alright, turn around and go another direction for a while. I get why they do this, but I have to admit, this is another type of trope I just don't enjoy. I've never enjoyed the, and here's the dungeon, now go over here. This is not exclusive to FF14. Plenty of games do this. Like, to use a parallel, let's pull out FF6 while we're here. Let's say we're going through FF6, and oh my god, the floating continent has arisen! And rather than then being able to go immediately to the floating continent,
Something is amiss.
we have to go and do a bunch of other side stuff to get to the floating continent. It doesn't matter if it makes sense. It doesn't matter if it lines up. It's still irritating, because it's like, oh, okay, cool. Still, I'm not going to judge this too harshly. I'm just going to judge it fairly. We'll see what they do with it. Hey, look, it's one of the decent Imperials.
Imperial troops. And they have already secured the area.
Reveal yourselves at once!
I could literally kill all of you. Just so you know. Maybe not as a sage. So I forgot to change my class.
And there I was, expecting more beastmen. Who are you?
I thought Ishgardians responsible for the disappearance of our scouts, but I see now that I was mistaken. Just as Wire observed, the Warrior of Light is wont to appear at the most inopportune times.
So, random thought of the day. We could have killed Varys right here. I'm not saying it wouldn't have been a hard fight, but considering what we can accomplish in lore at this point in time, I guarantee we could have won this fight. I mean, we know what Weird Helmet's fight is like. It's actually coming up pretty soonish. This is actually his third appearance, I think? Second or third. The first appearance of Varys was him spitting on the tombstone.
The Warrior of Light. He who bested Van Baelsar.
It would seem that the famous hero of Eorzea seeks Azizlar as well.
That's true. We couldn't protect Alphino and defeat them.
Unexpected. The secrets of the Allagan's power to bind icons to their will could scarcely fail to interest the scions of the Seventh Dawn. You know as well as we what will ensue should these insatiable creatures be allowed to roam free. That their very existence threatens the life of this star. We but disagree on the solution to the problem.
To be clear, I'm not saying we should kill him. Actually, we totally should. But I'm not saying that, like, the story should kill him, and I'm not saying it's a negative that we don't. It's just interesting to think if we had killed Varys right here, how differently things would have gone.
Genocide has ever been the Empire's favored recourse. And that is why we will continue to oppose your every attempt to claim Eorzea.
You do not hesitate to speak your mind, even when your every word could be your last.
Yeah, exactly, Blade Trofall.
Alas, your sentiments betray the narrowness of your view. The fate of Eorzea and its inhabitants is of little concern next to the fate of the world. 'Tis my solemn charge as Emperor to bring the icons to heel. If this requires the extermination of certain elements, then so be it.
No, don't! They are not his thralls!
Where did that come from?
Take cover!
Your Radiance, we must withdraw.
We shall meet again, warrior of light. On that you have my word.
Yeah, we'll leave Regula for later. I do plan to talk about Regula, because I actually have a story to share about him.
So Garlemald too has designs on Azizla. But why would the Emperor himself elect to lead the expedition?
I think the Illagans could have made Azizla. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I would stand less than 20 paces from the Emperor of Garlemald. Verus saw Skalvus in the flash. I assume the commander that accompanied him must be the legatus of whom Centurions spoke. Isn't Regula from the 6th Legion? I'm probably wrong about that. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor place for idle speculation. Pray return to the Enterprise at once. I have yet to apprise Chief Sanu of all that has occurred, but once I have, we will rejoin you at the airship. Yeah, sure. Oh, he is! Hey, I remember correctly. I will admit that scene we just saw is not good. I don't think it's negative worthy, but it is a little bit of, hey, we need to remind you of the main villain and the Varys, and hey, and they'll do stuff with, whoa, hello, some of the Imperials here later, but it really just kind of feels like out of nowhere, hi, I'm the Emperor. Okay, bye. Thank the 12 you're alive. When that battleship appeared and fired on the village, we feared the game was up for you in Alphino. What the seven hells happened out there? Well, how's the Emperor? First the Archbishop turns up with an Ascian in tow, and now the Emperor pays a visit? What is this, a procession of notable bastards? Who's next? Keeper of the 7th Bloody Gate? Well, no one's so notable, Master Garland. I'm happy to report Zundur overjoyed to learn of Bismarck's demise. Chief Sanu sends his regards. There is much talk of westerly winds. Miraculously, none suffered lasting harm during the raid. It would seem the Zundu were taken entirely unawares and wisely chose to offer no resistance. I sense that the lawnmowers have come back. We have no more to fear from the Empire at the present. Had the Emperor truly intent on extermination, they would already have been leveled. Plainly, he's only interested in reaching Azizla. Speaking of which, let's give chase, and then fail, and then go do a side quest. And by side quest, I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 side quests. Ah! Lest you wonder, Wedge was able to calculate the heading. Blah, 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 blah. Mute myself for a second.
I did not think that I would ever have occasion to pilot a suit of Magitech armor again. Least of all under these circumstances. My full name is Lucia Go Junius, and I was born a citizen of Garlemald.
Ah, that explains it.
When we first met in Ishgard, I very nearly called you Livia.
Livia? Livia Sasjunius? The tribunus who served under Gaius van Baelsar?
Aye, she was my sister, though we spent little time together. After our parents were killed in an uprising, we were sent to live in different households, setting us on separate paths. Livia felt at home on the battlefield and chose to become a soldier, while I underwent training to become a spy.
Then, Ishgard was...
My mission. It was believed that Allagan relics of great worth were stored in the vault, and I was sent to investigate. Though I was given little information at the time, I now suspect I was searching for the key we but recently lost. And then I met Sir Emeric. It was his usefulness to my mission which prompted me to approach him, but I soon found myself drawn to him for other reasons. He too was a prisoner of his past, judged for his heritage as a bastard son of the Archbishop. Yet unlike my sister and I, he did not curse his fate. He simply rose above it. In time, I came to realize that I had found a man worth following, and a new home besides. And when I subsequently confessed all to Sir Emeric, he was good enough to accept me into his service.
I do not question your loyalty to Sir Emeric. It is your loyalty to your sister which concerns me.
Yeah, we may have killed your sister. In our defense, she totally had it coming.
I have long been of the opinion that those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future. My sister fought for her convictions and for those she held dear. So do I. So must we all.
Well, I, for one, am happy to welcome a fellow Garlean to our merry band. Especially one who can make Magitech armor sing.
Ironically, I plan
We should be getting close.
to bring up that exact point when we get to Stormblood of Mega Legion.
Once we break through those clouds, we'll be right where the light was pointing. Right where Azizlar should be.
Hold on, everyone!
So again, there's the floating continent. We're right there.
Look! I think that's it!
And you know where this is going, because I already told you. We're about to go to an entire series of side quests.
Chief, is that Allagan? Aye. There's no mistaking their handiwork.
What was that?
Some sort of barrier.
She won't hold, Chief! She's breaking up!
I've lost the auxiliary propeller!
Sid, it's no use! We must return to Ishgard and find another way!
God damn it all! Why do the Allagans always have to make everything so bloody complicated?
Yep, we need to go find Sid, who's recovering with the dwarves, and get him to affix a drill to the front of our airship. Think about it. Oh, hang on, let's talk to me. What could be out there that would warrant personal attention to the Emperor himself? Thinking about all the repairs we have to make is giving me a headache. I'm sorry, Biggs. Or does she have a name? Well, it's not Betsy. So... looks like a Laurel to me. Oh my god, Ticoida. I'm just picturing, considering how big warships are in 40k. Since piloting under pressure was a marvel to behold, and may I never have the opportunity to do so again. We barely finished repairing the damage incurred during the sky fishing trip. On the other hand, any landing you can walk away from. I can only presume the Solio pack, which is why they have a key. Yep. By the way, Omega Legion, do you have a... could you do me a huge favor and log back in? I want to just test something super quick, and the easiest and quickest way to do it is to have a second person in the party for something real quick. So, side quest time. I actually have a speech to give about this side quest. It's actually a speech I've given before. Are you still on? Oh, sorry, all I see is question mark, question mark. I guess I hit this button. Alright, so what we're going to do... we'll go ahead and just do this really quick. And here we go. So, do me a favor and stay alive. This really won't take long. Alright, so let's make sure we start the fight. I forgot how to start the fight. There it goes. Damn it, no, Omega Legion, no! Ugh. Some action spawn. Come on, I need the fight to actually be active. There we go. Let's kill this thing really quick. I'll wait till that's a thing. And oh no, I've accidentally off the edge. Darn. That's what I thought. Okay. I was debating whether or not this fight deserved a wash or not. And as we've already discussed, and as we've mentioned before, this is still the era of you fall off the edge, sucks to be you. So we're actually going to give this an aggregate negative. You can fall off and die if you want to. We're actually done here. Thank you, Omega Legion. Yeah, ironically, the Serpent's in there, what is it, 99% damage reduction is what makes that such a pain. You know, hitting them for 10. I might be exaggerating. I don't remember if it's 99% or 90%, but it's a lot. See, I thought it was one of the ones in Heavensward, but I don't remember which one it is exactly. I know by Stormblood they finally got rid of that nonsense. And I definitely know by Shadowbringers, because I've fallen off in the Titan fight in Shadowbringers, and yeah. Right. Okay, so let's talk about something for a second here. Let's get ourselves nice and positioned. Kind of pose with our bros. There's something that I've discussed before, and I've actually been yelled at for discussing this. It's really funny. So you know me. You know that I'm very big on narratives making sense, following through logical consequence, and blah, blah, blah. This is the easiest thing in the world to explain. In fact, I'm going to borrow someone else's explanation of this. If you have an episode of Star Trek where Picard, at one point in the scene, just kind of opens the window and peeks his head out into space to get a feel for the air and then closes the window again. That's problematic. That is the opposite of making sense and the opposite of continuity. It's one of the reasons why I tend to be so harsh on those things. However, there's another layer of that only a few writers stumble into. And that's making too much sense. There is such a thing as, even just because it makes sense doesn't make it a good story. There are plenty of examples where the thing that should happen and logically should follow actually would demonstrably make the story worse. And so in some cases, it doesn't happen often, but in some cases I tend to consume a bit of fiction where it's like, oh, obviously such and such, well now we gotta go this and that. And I obviously bring this up here because this is an example of that in my opinion. For reasons I've already discussed, I feel like this is a misstep. I'm not sure if it's negative worthy because we have to go through it first, but I do feel like this is a misstep, and this isn't even the first time they've done that. Oh, here's the Aerie. Okay, now let's go side quest for a while. Oh, there's Oz's Law. Okay, now let's go side quest for a while. It feels bad, just at the baseline, and it doesn't really matter if it makes sense. It doesn't matter if we need a key, and we have to go through all this crap to get a key. You put us right up to the door, and then said, up, turn around. Now, there are ways to do this better, of course. For example, we could have tried to find the key elsewise, or maybe try to have a situation where, we fight Bismarck, but Bismarck actually wasn't the course of the key. We were just fighting Bismarck because he was a primal, and we wanted to help the Vanu and to get their aid. But then we find out, oh no, we've just gotten a scout report that they've penetrated into Az's Law. Crap, now we gotta go get a key because we don't have one. Don't tease and then slap the player, in other words. There's ways to restructure this so it's a little bit less irritating, right? And yeah, Persona 5, I don't want to go into specifics because unrelated spoilers, but Persona 5 had this problem in several cases as well. It's like, okay, that makes sense. And if I can admit a personal side of this, one of the things, my face, damn it, Leander. If I can admit a personal thing, one of the things that personally irritates me about this kind of thing is when I complain, or ding, or otherwise mention this kind of storytelling, the most common defense of it I hear is, well, it makes sense. And something about that always frustrates me. It's like the writer is trying to... I know this isn't true, but it's like the writer is trying to build a defense against bad writing. Well, you can't make fun of me for this because it makes sense. You can't diminish this. I am an excellent writer. Fnoff, fnoff. And then people will rise to defend it for them, and it just aggravates the piss out of me. Battle mechs make no damn sense. But we still love Battletech, right? Anyways. So, I swear there's an Alagan ruin. There's a trouble just waiting to happen. I suppose that's why they erected such a damnably convoluted fences around everything. Though we know little and less of Az's Law, one thing is plain. The Archbishop and the Garleans cannot be allowed to avail themselves of its secrets. Welcome back, my friend. I pray forgive me for my earlier display. Hug. It's okay, buddy. I lost a brother. Ahem. The Empire has an interest in Az's Law. We have all the more reason to hurry. I would not see its secrets fall into the hands of either the Archbishop or the Emperor. Yep. We're in a hurry. We're on a time crunch. We need to go as fast as possible. Let's go to a... This is another thing. Square in general actually really screws up on this exact point, and it irritates me every time it happens. There's gradients, but like FF7R1, right? In the Final Fantasy VII Remake, Part 1, there's a section where we're at, oh my god, there's a horrible battle happening right now, seconds count, we need to get there immediately, and then we do like a 15-minute dungeon. Actually, we do 3 of them. We've got to get there right now! Oh no! I can't think of her name. Renoa is dangling from the edge, and every time the ship she's dangling from is jostled, she might fall to her death. We've got to hurry! And it's like 10 minutes if you're rushing. I timed it when we last did it. And yeah, exactly. It is a bit of a Square Enix problem. They just have this pacing issue every now and again. And that's true, Omega Legion. The Alagans at least had a brain.
In summary, the Isle owes its lofty position to the industry of the Allagans. And we can be all but certain that the Archbishop and his cronies are enjoying the view from its top.
Yeah, the Archbishop is there, now. Currently.
I see. If we are to join them, we will first need to pass through the Isle's Etheric Barrier, which is, alas, more powerful than most. Powerful enough to make a mess of a perfectly good airship at any rate. As far as I can gather, the barrier mechanism draws ether from the surrounding environment and polarizes its elemental aspect to produce what is, in effect, a wall of lightning.
It seems plain that without the Vanu's key, any attempt to reach the Isle will end in failure.
Alas, the key was careless enough to leave without us, and I don't think the Vanu keep a spare.
Master Garland, based on your experience, is there no other way that we might breach the barrier?
Well, in the past, we've beaten similar barriers by nullifying them with elemental converters. But the one we're up against this time dwarfs aught we've encountered before. The Enterprise simply isn't large enough to bear the requisite amount of crystals.
I'm reminded of the quantity needed to nullify Leviathan's command of the sea. A veritable mountain of crystals that could only be borne by lashing two galleons together to form a twin vessel, scarcely able to propel itself, much less fly.
That said, we're not without options. If it isn't feasible to nullify the barrier, we might try piercing it.
How?
We create a ram of condensed ether and mount it on my ship. There's just one problem. I don't have the faintest idea how to build one. It's going to take a true authority in the field, I reckon.
Would that the Archons were still with us.
But yesterday evening, I chanced to find Mistress Tataru in unusually high spirits. Assuming I understood her excited ramblings correctly, she has acquired a clue, pointing to the whereabouts of one such individual.
An Archon? Truly?
Ha! Fortune favors the righteous, eh? Well then, let's not waste any time. While you go and look for our missing friend, I'll work on modifying the Enterprise. Her hull will need reinforcing to bear the punishment, not to mention a mount for the ram. Just you wait, my pretty. By the time I'm finished, you'll be an airship reborn.
So I'll admit, the idea that the Archbishop is there and for the next however many hours or days we spend, dealing with this, is just bam, 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 let me in! Let me in! It just can't seem to figure out how anything works. Alright, everyone. Knights, any ideas? No, boss. Ah, damn it. Oh yeah, we're about to do that particular section. Aren't we? Yeah, we are. So, you finally have arrived only to find a way bar. Typical. Game, just because you call it out doesn't make it any better. It's not all bad news. I've made progress for our friends. Don't worry, we'll get to Azizla yet. I don't know if I believe that. We may never get to Azizla. I should mention that our next dungeon will be the Great Google Library. We've probably got close to 40 to 60 minutes for that. So if anybody would like to think about joining us, FYI. When you fled the Victory Feast, you used the ancient watercourse beneath the city, right? Well, I asked Marshal Tarapin to have the tunnel searched. A logical place to look. It was there you lost contact with Minfilia, Thancred, and Ishtola. Dare I ask what the Marshal found? I don't know. Pippin's message said he'd been there at... there had been a discovery and we were to join him at their earliest convenience. Yep. We're in a huge rush, trying to get into Azizla, while the Archbishop and possibly the Garleans are actually actively there, unraveling its secrets, but you know what? Let's go to Ul'dah really quick. I'm sorry. I'll stop making fun of it, I swear. This time. I will make fun of it every other time it shows up. Because, again, Square Enix has a pacing issue. And yeah, considering the Ilagan nodes we have interacted with in the past, yeah, I can actually see them being like, hello, it looks like you're trying to access the secret weapons development cache. Would you like some help with that? Urianger! Hey, Urianger! Hey. I just wanted to say, I appreciate you. I know you would never betray us. I've suffered... Pull him into a hug. I've suffered a lot of betrayal lately, Urianger, and I'm glad you've got my back on this, okay? You'll never turn... Just really grind it in there. Ah, we're grateful for your assistance, Master Tarupin. You saved our Grace and Father both. It's the least I could do to repay you. Forgive my impatience, but you mentioned a discovery? Yes, of course. As per your request, I had my men scour the waterways. Almost immediately we encountered a difficulty. The entire section of the tunnel had collapsed. With the Mineral Concern's cooperation, we were able to remove the rubble, which yielded the battered bodies of a dozen crystal brains. I mean, sorry, I shouldn't find that funny. Be at ease, your friends were not among the deceased. That alone is cause for hope. And yet there's this. Oh no, it's Y'shtola's wand. A branch. If I may, Marshal. So, okay. I don't know if I like this or not. We've actually already talked about undoing death. And this is... like, they really jumped through their hoops on this one to try and earn it. And I don't know. We'll see what we think of it. Judging by the etheric imprint that lingereth upon the wand, it hath been employed in the casting of a most uncommon magic. The very first that man did conceive to traverse strange distances. The ancient precursor the ancient precursor to all methods of travel that utilize the life stream flow. The spell entaileth the reduction of the corporeal form into its constituent ether, that the caster might enter the life stream, ride its currents. Unlike teleportation magics, it requireth not a lengthy incantation. That Y'shtola should choose to employ a spell bespeaketh the need for haste. All of which would suggest she managed to escape. Would it be so simple? Know that the scholars of Charlayan forbade the use of this spell with good reason. The caster hath but limited control over the course. For every mage who came safe to his destination, another would be set adrift in the life stream, never to emerge. I mean, I massively disagree with that, Cashel, and you probably understand why, but in case I have to say it out loud. Obviously, it's not death because we didn't see a body, and we didn't see blood, and we didn't see the X's in the eyes. But it is in every way that matters death, because you have a big explosive... And if you're going to do that kind of a thing, it's cheap even before you undo it. Because nobody believes they're dead. I didn't believe for a millisecond that Y'shtola or Thancred or any of them were dead. Because they don't show us their death. So it's like, okay, so they're all fine. So it's cheap to begin with, and then it's cheap again when they undo it. You know? Be not downcast, my friends, for there is yet hope. 'Tis like that Y'shtola's passions hath left traces in the life stream. Could we but follow these from the point at which her magic was invoked, we may yet find her. Thanks, Pippin. I'm remembering more and more about Pippin as we've been playing, and I do like him. Would that I could be of more assistance, but our nation's resources are stretched thin. Yeah, you're you're going through some stuff right about now, aren't you? Okay. And I know what you're thinking. Lore, what would you do? I would either not have the fake out, or not bring her back. One of the two. Because it is a fake out. And it sucks. Because it's a fake out. I didn't give FF4 any slack, excuse me, for this. I'm not going to give FF14 any slack for this either. If you're going to kill someone, kill them. If you're not, don't. It's quite simple. God, now I gotta actually think about how many times they've done and undone a fake death like this, and it's actually worked for me. I can think of one instance off the top of my head. Whatever. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole again. We've actually already debated this extensively and excessively. So... I mean, I guess... I don't know. I don't have it in me to do anything other than to spit venom at this. Patooey. This sucks. Moving on. I've lost the ability to say anything other than Patooey. So let's go bring Ishtala back. Thanks for the antidote. Glug. Start chugging it. Maybe I've just consumed too much fiction in my life. Because I've seen so many fake deaths, you know? Hundreds, no, probably actually thousands upon thousands of fake deaths in so many different games over decades. And it just, after a while, the tolerance HP for it just goes down over time, you know? I will never forget when I was telling someone the story of FF4 as like a narrative story. And I shared what happened with the twins. And their reaction to that really bothered me. Because they were really heartrended about that. And then I just had to be like, don't worry, it's undone. And they were so mad about that. And it reminded me, this is like a decade ago, they reminded me of how much it bothered me when they did that. It's like, just let it stick then! For God's sakes! Anyway, sorry. I've like I said, I'm done. Spit venom. Anyways, let's answer some questions. God, you're right, they do it a second. Dream Whisperer says, why are all the dragons loyal to Needhog? The truth be told, I don't actually have an answer to that one. Does anybody know why everyone's so damn loyal to Needhog? Is it because they're stupid? I bet it's because they're stupid. I don't know. I don't know is the answer. Baron isn't here. I'll save his question. Triaxia says, what do you think would have happened if Barrett learned that Avalanche was the reason for Coral's reactor? Depends on which point in his character arc he's at. I've never done the Dragoon 70 quest. In fact, actually, like, I can't check, can I? Nope. Whatever. It said that elementals perceive the live stream. If, as we suspect, Ishtola is still adrift in the midst, they may be able to find her, but we are to appeal them for assistance, we must needs go through their chosen. It is imperative we speak with Kane. Offshore Twitch account says, what's your favorite race, class, exclusive quests, or campaigns in WoW? Pretty much all the class quests in Legion. All the class order hall quests. Well, if I had to pick a favorite of that bundle, it would be Death Knight. Death Knight, followed by Demon Hunter, followed by... let's go with Rogue. I think there's my top three. I've already requested an audience with the Elder Seeds here. She will receive us presently. So I think it's less cheap if a person is brought back from death but suffers a permanent injury as a result. Yes? I suppose it would depend, but I'm gonna go with yes. Hesitantly. All I'm going to say, and I'm only saying this because it's immediately relevant, is there's a certain cutscene that went live in World of Warcraft yesterday, which I will not spoil, which handles the topic of death and permanent death better than this in every way. And that's a weird sentence to say, though. WoW handles a plot point better than FF14 does. Something about that bothers me. Yeah, no kidding, Fife. Be welcome, my friends, and speak freely. I gather your suit will admit no debate. Yes, we must find Y'shtola. So let's go find Y'shtola. Oh god, WoW's done this better twice. I just realized that. Cressering Wilds is the other instance. Yep. So this is, Dr. Winter, you just reminded me of the Cressering Wilds incident. So this is a minor spoiler for a regional story in World of Warcraft for the Cressering Wilds.
In requesting the Elemental's assistance to find Y'shtola, you must needs be aware of one difficulty. A difficulty born of the fundamental difference between man and Elemental.
That being?
In perceiving the world around him, man relies upon senses such as sight and sound. For the sake of convenience, he gives names to such things as are near or dear to him. Being formed of pure ether, however, such concepts are foreign to the elementals. Instead, they perceive by observing the ebb and flow of the energies of life. So profound a division cannot be bridged with simple discourse. The elementals' voices stir not the air, and thus reach not our ears, while our words are but wind to them. Though we seers can commune with them through feelings, naught that we can impart will serve to aid them in identifying Y'shtola. Nay, they must needs be presented with ether which is akin to hers, if you could but find a family member.
Oh! I know just the person! Y'shtola has a sister who came to live in Gridania. She told me about her once.
Oh, that is most fortunate indeed. Pray, seek this sister out then, and bring her to Evershade. There, we shall petition the Great One's aid in finding your lost companion.
Memory serves, Y'shtola's sister is named Dimitra. You know her? Yes, I've done the summoner quests. Such there. So yes, Gigapudding, you are quite correct. I am referring to the quest with the father and his daughter. So I am going to spoil this, because I feel it's necessary to get across an idea. Because a lot of you have asked questions, what if there's a cost, or should there be a cost, or what if it disfigures them? So there's a story arc. Again, this is a regional story in Cressering in WoW Pandaria, where we help a man who is searching for the fabled... This is the Alliance-specific quest. We're searching for the fabled Fountain of Life, right? But it's actually not a Fountain of Life. It's actually a Fountain of Transferal. One person drinks, the other person drinks, swap. And this actually is directly related to two plot lines that happen in that zone, but the one that's relevant for us is during the course of this story arc, the man who was searching for this fountain, his daughter, who has joined him on this endeavor, who is actually a military individual, whereas he is just a scholar, she dies in combat. You already see where this is going. He takes her to the pools, he drinks of the water, and gives her his life. He dies. She lives. That's a better way to bring someone back than everything we're doing, for example, in my opinion. And this is my answer to you, Dr. Winter. Greetings, Lore. What brings you here today? I see you have companions. Lady Mitra, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Alphino Leverrier. Levaria? You know, I can never remember how to pronounce his damn name. This is Tataru Taru. Levier? I don't know. Charlayans, am I right? So you're my sister's comrades. When I heard your people were being pursued, I desperately sought to reach Y'shtola, but all my efforts were to no avail. Now I know why. A forbidden spell of all things, that she would be so reckless. Well, what's done is done. I thank you for bringing word to me. Needless to say, I would be glad to help. Though we are born of different mothers, our veins course with our same father's blood. I hope this will be enough for the elementals. Come, let us make for the Evershade. And this is what irritates me most about this, is they don't just bring her back all willy-nilly. They spend a series of quests and significant effort to bring her back. And it's like, eh. As usual, it would be easier if it was worse. I could just say, this is crap, move on. I still don't like this. I still think this is not a good move. And I like Y'shtola as a character, even though she has no character arc to speak of.
Let us begin. Raya O, Arun, if you would. Hearken to me, O great ones. Pray give yourselves to the life stream, a drifting soul to find.
That sounds like an interesting story idea, Taglida. Remember in the Modern Warfare remake, when we had a first-person perspective of being buried under rubble? You remember that? Because that's what I'm picturing.
Please, Y'shtola. Please come back to us.
Morning, Rax. Alright, Rax, I need you to argue me down from a negative. I think I am going to go ahead and give this a negative. I've been thinking about it for the last, like, hour.
Now!
Well, also, I hope you'll join us for Google when we get there. Thank you, Shenizaga. No thoughts on the Steam Deck. Mine hasn't even shipped yet. I mean, I pre-ordered it back in July. And I'll put that towards Red Alert 3. You might think, since I find Y'shtola rather attractive, mentally, that I would be into this, but actually no. After all, this is not something willingly given. It does make me wonder why her clothes aren't with her, though. Like, I know that sounds like a weird comment, but, like, when we teleport, our clothes go with us. Our gear goes with us. So, why wouldn't hers? Unless it's just the old spell was that terrible. But, like, if that's true, that means back in the day, everyone who teleported would show up without any of their stuff with them. Including their wand, by the way. Remember, her wand was left behind. Just food for thought.
A room has been readied at the roost. Pray, bear her thither at once.
Now, some of you are probably already wondering why I'm complaining about the lack of cost for this, because, and I'm just going to spoil this because it's going to be given away in about 10 seconds, she's blind now. She has lost her sight. My complaint is that never matters. I was actually looking forward to that. I know that sounds so horrible, but you know me. I don't mind resurrection with permanent cost. This goes back to another question I was asked a few minutes ago.
All that remains is to pray, my friends.
But she doesn't act differently. She doesn't function differently. Her animations aren't different. She can walk and talk and cast and move around town. And there's no difference. And I know, she can see ether. But that's my point. She isn't blinded. It never matters. And that's a damn shame, because that is an interesting way to follow through on that kind of a thing. Yeah, exactly, Five. It has no ability on her... It has no effect, on her ability to do anything. And that's my final argument for why this deserves a negative. Yeah, they even mentioned there's actually going to be a scene coming up, again, minor spoilers for something that's happening in like 10 minutes, where we're talking to her, like, teacher, who flat out mentions that she's casting from HP, and yet that does not matter in the course of the game that I have seen so far, which is 2.5 expansions. Anyway, she's resting in the room. We should go talk to her. Tataru's been working on something for her. Tataru, why are you so awesome? Stop being so awesome, Tataru! God damn it. Why are you so amazing? Why do people not like you? I'm just saying. We've said it so many times. She is the glue. It really isn't a joke. I mean, yes, Blade Travol, but that doesn't make it better, really. I don't know. My point stands firm. Nothing has changed my point. There is no cost for this. There is no detriment. There's no disability. She is rezzed for free. The end. So, yes. And yeah, this goes back to what I was talking about. Just because it makes sense doesn't mean it makes good storytelling. Funny, I feel like I just gave that speech. Ironically, this exact same issue irritates me over in Guild Wars 2, which I'm not even going to briefly cover that, because even mentioning who it is a massive spoiler. But let's just say that Guild Wars 2's storyline occurs over 8 years. There's actually in-game timeline, which is cool that they do that, but I wish other MMOs would do that. There's a literal date attached to quests, and that's awesome. But anyways. And yeah. She didn't quite die, though. It doesn't make it better! God damn it! Sorry. I'm really in a bad mood today. I'm just gonna give the negative and move on. Let's just do it. Let's just give the negatives. Move on. Let's get on with it. I think the game can handle a negative or two. That always amuses me when there's a game that's got like 30 pluses, and then I have to argue tooth and nail. I have to fight for a negative to be given. It always amuses me when that happens. It happens in every game, except for the terrible games, obviously. In terrible games, everyone just likes to dogpile. Like Stormblood! I'm joking, I'm joking. Don't do that. What's funny, to totally not intentionally shift the where the hell's Alpha? Oh, there he is. To totally shift the topic here. This is something that's actually cropped up in D&D for me a lot. Did you know there's a lot of D&D items and, like, curses and buffs and pacts and all sorts of stuff you can do that are like, this will make you lose 10 years off your life, or this will half your lifespan. And invariably, every player just jumps on that immediately because they don't care. How many of you have ever run into that? I'm actually curious, because I run into that a lot. Ran, past tense, until I started running my own settings. It was a really common trend. Who gives a damn if I lost 20 years off my lifespan? I get +5 to hit. Woohoo! Looks like I missed Alphino being scarred. Yeah, oh no, I've bound my soul to a demon for eternity. Who gives a damn? I wasn't even going to ask about that one, Omega Legion. It's precisely as I requested. A perfect match. Jiva's a master amongst masters. Yeah, let's go visit, make sure she's okay. Damn you, Auto Cucumber. First thing we see is her eyes, too.
I'm so glad you're back!
Tataru.
It's okay, Tataru. It's okay.
You are safe. Thank the 12. Something has changed about you, Alphino. Or mayhap the change is with me. I seem to sense the ether around me more keenly than before.
Yeah, it's nice to actually hear Y'shtola.
I am pleased to see you well again. Do you feel strong enough to talk?
Worry not. I am well enough.
Tell us then, what befell you after you fled the feast? We were told that there had been a tunnel collapse.
Oh yeah, one last defense of myself before I move on. Some people probably think I just would have rather killed off all of these characters and been done with it. And that's actually not true. I would have fixed the freaking banquet fleeing from scene so that these completely unnecessary sacrifices never happened to begin with. That's what I would have done. Either that or done it properly.
That was my doing. I brought the tunnel down that you and Minfidia might escape.
Yeah, that worked out well for Minfilia.
At the last moment, I invoked a teleportation magic, in hopes of spiriting Thancred away at least. Needless to say, it did not go quite as planned, and I've...
Oh, damn it.
The others? Where are they? Did they not escape?
Yeah.
They remain unaccounted for. You were the only one we have been able to find. I am truly sorry. It was the Crystal Braves who pursued you that day. My hubris that led to our undoing.
Yeah, exactly, Butcherval. I mean, be real for just a second, and I want honest opinions on this because I always like to see different people's perspectives. For me, I would see no difference if they lived. Really. It wouldn't have changed anything we've gone through. Some of them may have been present during some of the Heavensward cutscenes, and some of them wouldn't because they'd be off doing other stuff, trying to, help stability and all that. Thancred is off trying to keep people off our trail. Okay, so he's removed from the board. Y'shtola's trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the magical crap going on over there. So she's off the board. Maybe someone's actually with us. I guess Papalimo? No, Papalimo and Ida would probably be doing their own thing too. But you see my point, right? No sacrifice, no deaths, no nothing. And, you know, and they're just not with us as we go into Ishgard. Or maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe have one of them get captured, but kept alive because Lolorito, right? And yeah, no presumed death, no sacrifice. It's just we got out, we split up. Some of them went into hiding, some of them started to, you know, help. Like, I could picture Thancred. I keep coming back to Thancred. I could absolutely picture Thancred. Like picture the scene where we're fleeing Ul'dah, we're with the merchant, Pippin's there, and imagine Thancred's there with us in this particular juncture. And Thancred's like, yeah, I'm going with Pippin. I'm going to help him out. We need to do what we can to make sure that things get settled and to make sure that things come to light. So Thancred leaves the party, to go find Raban, right? And that's how we find out where Raban is. That's how we get that information, is through Thancred. You know? Like, I know that's just one character, but you get my point. Anyways.
No apologies are necessary, Alphino. You are not to blame for what occurred. Know that were our comrades here, they would commend you for keeping the light of hope alive.
Don't worry. The others are alive and well, I'm sure of it. We just need to find them.
Indeed, Tataru. Let us find our friends and rebuild the Scions.
Searching for friends, plays.
Ha! There is the Alphino I remember. And I feel much the better for his return. 'Tis time I arose.
And actually, that's a good idea, Blade Travel. Have Ida and Papalimo be the ones who track Ilbert for when we go and, you know, rescue Raban. So there you go. That's what they're off doing. All we have to do is decide. Well, we know what Urianger is doing. He's actually busy in the Waking Sands researching. So all we need is Y'shtola, and honestly, it wouldn't be hard to shuffle Y'shtola over to Urianger if we wanted to keep her out of the Ishgard party. And there you go.
That reminds me. I have a change of clothes for you. I don't like to boast, but I made them myself. I learned how to weave while we were in Ishgard, you see.
I like your fashion sense, Tataru. And one last thing. I'll wait until this cutscene's done. We gotta see Y'shtola's new outfit. Her first new outfit. Which looks way better than the last one. Good job, Tataru. Brofist. I astonishingly disagree with that, Rusalisu, but I'm not going to get into that. Because the only way to talk about that is to spoil.
Tataru has apprised me of all that took place in the aftermath of the assassination plot. It would seem I have been away for some while.
Yeah, we just ended a 1,000-year war, no big deal.
Yes.
We're also in a time crunch.
What happened during your absence?
Now.
At present, we seek to follow the Archbishop to Azisla.
And you want for some manner of etheric ram to pierce the floating isle's protective barrier?
We do. Might you be able to furnish us with one?
A means to prise open a hole in an Allagan barrier. And one large enough to admit an airship, no less. Nay, I lack the knowledge to devise such a weapon. But I know of one who could. A leading figure in the field of etheric research, and one of the finest scholars ever to grace Sharlayan. Matoya, my former master.
I do like Matoya. You still look smashing in her outfit. Yes, you have good fashion sense, Tataru. We've already talked about this. Where's my new outfit? In my youth, I had the honor of studying under Matoya. In the field of etheric research, she was without rival. I have no doubt her knowledge will be of aid. The question is, will she share it? My master has ever been willful. Gods forbid anyone disagrees with her. When the Garlean Empire first marched on Eorzea some 15 years ago, the denizens of Sharlayan were summoned back to the motherland. Matoya refused to join the Exodus. To this day, she lives a hermit's life in the fringes of an abandoned city. So let's go to that place. Yep. Yeah, it's such a minor point, but they leave eye tracking, which is a form of animation, on her. So she's clearly looking at people, and it's like, But again, the last thing I want to say, before everyone hates me forever, which I know is just what happens when I stream. It's okay, I'm used to it. This is why I hate the banquet so goddamn much. By the banquet, I mean all the events surrounding the banquet. Because the ripple effects of what I'm just going to call bad storytelling continue to affect and cause more bad storytelling well into the future. Like, it's just, okay, that's great. It's like one... I don't have a parallel. I don't have an analogy. It just keeps coming up. And it keeps affecting other things and causing other story negatives. Just over and over and over again. It'll be a while before we're actually past the banquet. Yep, no, we will definitely find all of our friends. They're all fine. Everyone's fine. Sharlayan is situated in the Dravanian hinterlands. So let's go there then. Okay, well, as it happens, I've already been here, so we're just gonna... I'm just kidding, this is... Anyhow, this one. Probably Omega Legion. I mean, I was kind of joking earlier with the "let me in," but honestly, that is probably exactly what's going on up there right now. To some extent or another. A long soak in the live stream followed by a long journey. I would not recommend it to anyone, but rest assured my strength is returning to me. I shall be back to my old self ere long. Oh, I know. You'll be your own unchanged... Sorry. I'm gonna let it go. I've given the negatives, moving on. There'll be more negatives in the future. All the negatives. Do I seriously have to... Okay. I have to go up to the zone line to turn in the quest? Really? Let's see if there's any questions in the queue. Yes, we've already killed Bismarck on Falkenstein. That's the only question that was in the queue. That was a quick one. Yeah, no, I'm going to let it go. I've made my points, like, way too often. Mass Effect 3's endings suck. Moving on. Ending sucks. Sorry, let me use proper grammar there. Why is this taking so long? God! No, Leander! No! In here, do I have to, like, hit the zone line? Is that going to do it? I think that's going to do it.
To the Thalaic River, where to the melted snows of Abelathia's spine eventually find their way by means of 1,000 silver streams. Whose waters have long nourished the Dravanian hinterlands, and so provided for a settlement of learned souls from across the northern seas. To the city of Sharlayan, that great seat of knowledge, now abandoned by her keepers, they came.
I'll admit, when I first hit this, I had the misconception that this actually was Sharlayan, the city. I lost that pretty quick, but, you know, that was my initial impression, was, oh. Matoya's on the other side of the river. Let's go. Okay. Notice how none of the panning shots showed a certain mechanical figure. You can see him in the background there, but none of them are focusing on him. It's interesting that they did that. Apparently he's not there yet. The time bubble's still there. Sorry, the totally not time bubble. You're right, it is empty. Whatever. Yeah, I think the rock is what was throwing me a little bit, but whatever. I'm pretty sure because we're in New Game Plus mode, this is what it looks like when we got here initially. Why, Pretzel? You don't mind my asking. Like, what does it change? What does that have anything to do with Heavensward, for that matter? Whoop! Down, 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 down. There we go. Welcome to one of the only towns you can mount in. This in, Rogler's Reach. Hint, hint, square. Anyways. Knowledge seeks no man, so saith the motto of Sharlayan engraved on yonder stone. The meaning is simple, it falls to us to seek enlightenment. During the 6th Astral Era, at the turn of the 13th century, men from the northern nation of Sharlayan journeyed across the seas to Eorzea in search of knowledge. That's when I was like, oh, got it, this isn't Sharlayan. Upon arriving on these shores, they established a camp for their scholarly endeavors. Over time, this camp grew to a settlement, and the settlement prospered, so much so that it became to be counted amongst the city-states. I mean, this is a big area. It's bigger than, you know, any of the cities we've been to so far. Alas, those glory days are now but a fading memory. With her keepers lost to her, Sharlayan has to become a husk of her former self. Uplander's mistaken. Sharlayan has new keepers on cusp of new age of glory. The Gobos. Goblins here to plunder the city. Uplander is mistaken muchly. We're not thieves. This place is our home. Your home? When last I looked, it was mine and Alphina's. We were born here. Psh! When Uplanders abandoned city, Uplanders gave up claim. Born here or no, Uplanders are trespassers. I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. I don't know if they're airbags or feed bags. We just know that they're bags. My friends, please, we did not come to dispute your claim. Our purpose here is peaceful. We desire but to cross the river. Be calm, I beg you. Let us speak like the civilized folk we surely are. Surely we can come to mutual understanding. Ah, if that truth and Uplanders are welcome. Come with Slowfix. Slowfix show Uplanders settlement. Yeah, we never see a goblin out of their outfit, do we? Like, ever. I could see that, Pretzel. Although, and again, this is just my opinion, but if we lost all our comrades because they had to scatter to the winds, and we lost our base because the Crystal Braves took it, nothing would have been changed for me. We still would have been cut off from our party and from our home base. So this is Idleshire. Check it out. We can mount here. Yay! I'm so happy to be able to mount here. Whee! Now I want to see something, because I think the world state isn't exactly right. Zoom out just a second here. We'll see in a second. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's exactly right, because there's the Tombstone Exchanger. Alright, whatever. So, negative to gameplay. Moving on. Here's Heart of Settlement. Name of Idleshire. And this began the trend of having a second town that you unlock over the course of the MSQ, which is where you get the end game stuff. You buy the level 60 gear here, you buy the level 70 gear in Ralger's Reach, you buy the level 80 gear in the place I can't think of the name of right now, etc., etc. I don't know if Endwalker does it, but the 3 expansions did this. Greetings to you, I'm Alphino, and I may introduce my companions, Lore Runner and Ishtola. We have journeyed far in search of a friend and seek to cross the river. Finding the main bridge collapse, you went looking for a detour and ended up stumbling into Stillfix. Is that right? That's the short of it, This place, Idleshire, I came expecting a ghost town. Actually, yeah, I guess Mordona started this. I just never thought of it as that, because Mordona's more like the actual hub of, like, everywhere, forever. Like, we'll be going back to Mordona so many times. Whereas we don't really come back to Idleshire after Heavensward. And we don't really go back to Ralger's Reach after Stormblood. You know what I mean? But you're right, I think these are an evolution based off of Mordona. I think that's just the pattern, Von Falkenstein. Anyways, there's lots of precious artifacts, so... we all moved in, everything's cool. At first, Gobbies and Hunters disliked each other, but understanding came, and then friendship. Now, Gobbies and Hunters have joined hands to build a great new nation. So this is what happens after we Charlayans departed. Oh, you're locals, huh? And no hard feelings, I hope. All these buildings and no one to live in them. Felt like a waste, you know. We've been trying to put the place to rights, and things have been going well for the most part, but it ain't smooth sailing. Not to sound ungrateful, but the traps your people left here are a bloody nuisance. And then there's the Illuminati. Ugh, the Illuminati. Slowfix has bright idea. Uplanders desire mutual understanding, yes? Best way, help each other. Help citizens. Uplanders can be citizens too. Citizens free to cross river. Well, I'm not aware of a quicker way to reach our destination. It's okay. Once we're done with the side quest, which I've already given a negative for at this point, by the way, we'll be up to Google Library, which I remember enjoying, and then, you know, As Is Law, which is going to be awesome. So that'll be great. I always liked the music in Idleshire. So Uplanders agree to help? Good. Here's what Slowfix wants. Go kill golems. Okay. I should mention we are 4 quests from the Google Library, by the way. Is it? Here, I'll do it just in case. We can always re-recruit for Google. Okay. That's actually kind of amusing. Golems have a turn-off code. Alright, I can mount. I can mount! This is the greatest city ever made! Along with Mordona and Rogla's Reach. And, the place in Shadowbringers. And whatever it's going to be in Endwalker, because surely it's going to be one. Don't tell me, I don't want to know it. And you go. Oh my god, you're right. You can't mount a Yulmore. 50,000 million billion. Negatives to everything. Has to be capitalized. So, Omega Legion, do you want to do... I guess let me just ask this. Who wants to do Global? Because it is coming up soon-ish. Like I said, we're 4 quests out. We do have a bit of a cutscene when we get to Matoya, so there's going to be a little bit of a gap there. That's more than 3 people. We're gonna have to do the guessing game again. Don't worry, I'll roll for it to make it as fair as possible. Sorry, I should say this out loud. I know everyone said it in chat, but for anybody watching this and, you know, this is a lore run still. So yeah, this place, I forget what state it was in when I came here the first time. It wasn't as built up as this, but I think it was like 1 step before this. This place was built up bit by bit over patches. I don't remember what the trigger was. Maybe it was just literally each patch they'd add stuff. But this turned into a more fleshed out zone as you were going through here. So, Uplanders helped Gobby Flock, earned right to be citizens, but Slowfist asks another favor. A short time ago, Slowfick's friend ventured into Illuminati territory. Illuminati are nasty goblins. Actually, if you remember, we already mentioned the Illuminati all the way back in Brayflocks, too. I am taken by a sense of foreboding. Quick! We must find Slowfix's friend. Yeah, I have a couple MMOs. Most of the left side of my keyboard is taken up by all this stuff here. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if this is true, by the way, but some people have asked me several times, what's my favorite zone per expansion? And I've never been able to really nail down an exact zone that is my favorite zone in Heavensward. But the answer I usually give is this one, for anybody wondering. We've got the Charlayan City, which is huge, abandoned. We've got some interesting quests. We've got the totally unmysterious bubble. We've got the Gobbies. We've got Idleshire. And we've got the library, which is over there. You know, I just realized this is another example where they probably wouldn't want you to have flying. I guess it wouldn't matter, though, because even if we had flying and could reach Matoya, we don't have the quest to go to Matoya, so never mind, I take that back. There's no downside for having flying at the start here. Because we still have to go through the quests to reach her. There you are. Hey, there it is. Brayflocks Altox. Oh! As they say. You know, I honestly don't know offshore Twitch account. I've never played any of the WoW trials. Thank you, Cord. I mean, Magitech is better, but Gobbitech is better. If you know what I mean. Favorite zone overall? One of the Shadowbringer ones. I'd have to really think about it. Because you know me, I like to think of it from a narrative and a gameplay perspective. So I'd be torn between the Desert Zone, the Fairy Zone, and the Tempest. But the thing is, while the Tempest certainly has a certain element to it that's really awesome, I think I'd probably give it to one of the other 2 zones. The Desert Zone and the Fairy Zone are both incredibly visually well designed, have some great story elements, great visual storytelling, some awesome stuff going in them. And gameplay-wise, they're better laid out than most of the zones, other zones in Shadowbringers. Good distribution of items. enemies, quests, fast travel points. You know, it's good overworld design, in short. So, one of those two would be my pick, I think. Does Uplander have lusty eyes for junk of Brayflox? Hey there, junk. Uplander must not be touching junk of Brayflox. Brayflox is finding junk first. I knew I recognized that voice. Greetings, Brayflox. It's been a while. Forgive us for interrupting your work, but Captain Whiskate... gave me to understand that you are marked by the Illuminati. This happens to be Illuminati-held territory. Is it wise to be here? I'll never stop touching her junk. Brayflox eat Illuminati for sunupses. Sunupses? Speaking of the Illuminati. Ah, who eats for who for sunupses? Ah! Brayflox all talks. Unwise you are to come here after dirty taking secret knowing of cheese make from Illuminati. Hey, they even reference it. Ah, Brayflox did know. Unright. Cheese recipe is gobby. Birthright. Save tongue flaps for trading in Death Pit. As I say, I thought that helmet looked familiar. Favorite zone in WoW? Oh, that's a much harder question, although you did put it in the queue. Yes, Pika, although there's actually a little bit of a question mark there since we'll be playing on PC, since that's where I own it. And if they don't actually patch Elden Ring by the time we finish FF14, we might have to push it back even longer. So a favorite zone in WoW. God, let me really think about that. Hey, I have G now! Whatever it's called. Hey, I have both parts of my combo, too. I can't chain them into each other yet, but that's okay. So I have both 4-piece combos now, so that's neat. I remember actually this fight kind of sucking. In fact, I remember several of the solo fights coming up kind of being mean. Granted, I was doing all this as a paladin, so that's relevant, I suppose. Ugh. Yeah, that's the stuff. No, you're fine. Give me 1 sec. I want to think about the WoW zone thing really quick. So my knee-jerk answers are Ice Crown and Argus. So let me really think about that for a minute. Frostfire Ridge is very good, too. Brilliantly designed layout, excellent quest flow, great quests, fantastic story, wonderful visuals, amazing music. You know, now that I'm saying this out loud, I think I'll actually go with, I think I'm gonna go with, Frostfire.
Isa!
You are correct. Argus is 3 zones. I was actually thinking of the 3rd zone. My apologies. The one at the base of Antorus. Which I don't know the name of off the top of my head. Something I don't remember off the top of my head, and wow, what's wrong with me? Illuminati, no match for furious gobfists of Brayflox. You're welcome. Again. More junk is awaiting Brayflox muchly. Brayflox is taking leave of Uplanders. Singularity? I hope not. The goal is to finish the MSQ before the lunch break, and frankly, I think we're going to make that. Like, we got a bunch of cutscenes, but we're barreling through these, and we're almost to Google, which itself is only like 8 quests from the Etherochemical Research Facility. Makari, that's another great zone. Being embroiled in a cheese war was the last thing I expected from coming to Charlayan. Nevertheless, we have helped. Slowfix's requests. Alright, now I gotta read what Rax said here. I'm going the wrong way. There we go. I like that idea, Rex. I think that's a good way to do it. And your idea... Wow, we're way above the ground here. Your idea is pretty much the exact same idea... I'm saying that wrong. You are saying what I would do. I would want to sit down and really manually, privately think, okay, hang on. Not privately. God, I don't have any words today. Carefully think. I would carefully think about what to do, right? Like, really spend some time on it and really manually reconstruct the events. Because I do agree with what several of you have said in chat, even Pretzel. You know, I like the idea of feeling cut off. I like the idea of leaving to Ishgard as a failure, right? Like, as a disgrace, not as a triumphant kind of a thing. And I do think I just think there's different ways we could have gotten to that point, you know? So, we helped your friend, Slowfix. I suppose I should respond to this. I just found out that the vet says it is either a tumor or a slipped disc and also a tumor. Like, I don't even like that dog, but I would never wish this upon him. You know what I mean? I still give him scritches every time I see him. Saw him. I'm gonna have to start using past tense there. My niece is not taking it well. This will be her first lost pet. We've talked about that before. Uplanders have upheld bargain most highly. As promised, Slowfix makes Uplanders honored citizens of Idleshire, free to cross river at will. Though Uplanders must leave for now, Slowfix hopes that Uplanders will pay many visits. My first lost pet, well, depends on how you define that. If we're talking literally, then that was when I was pretty young. Like 6 or 5. It's a hamster. And I could probably direct you to the exact spot we buried that hamster. Against rules, of course. Assuming that apartment complex still exists. To completely change the topic from depressing topics, because Lord knows I think we have enough depressing topics right now. So, I know I hate to complain about something, but let's just get this out of the way. I've already given the negative for this, so this isn't a debatable. The reason I'm mentioning this is actually for humor's sake, because I want you to understand something that amused me. So I'm going through this, right? I'm going through Heavensward. I think Stormblood wasn't out yet when I was going through this. I think it was about to be out. I think that's where it was at. Like, I think it was right as it was coming out when I hit this point in the story. But I mentioned before how I was much higher level than the MSQ because I got a whole bunch of experience doing all the optional stuff in ARR. So I was like level 56 before I even walked into Ishgard, right? On my Paladin again. So by the time I got to, you know, the fight with Needhog, I was 60. So I already told you about how I tried to travel up here to get gear and ran into a wall. Well, we got to this point, and I'm finally here, and I'm like, yes, this is it. I have finally reached this point of the story. I can access the gear vendor, and I went in here. I looked up for the name of the person, and I forget if she wasn't there or if she wouldn't talk to me. It's one of the two. But I'm like, hey, and she's like, no. But I'm here. And I'm 60. Nope. Now, to further add to this thing, the exact same thing happened to me in Stormblood. Because you can actually get to Ralgo's Reach much quicker and easier in than what the hell is that? Than you can Idleshire. And I was like, hey, Idleshire! And I didn't know that at the time, Omega Legion. I gotta be 100% real, in the absence of a Wowhead, I had a lot of early problems understanding the mechanisms and systems of this MMO. Because, let's be honest, they're kind of all over the place. I'm still learning stuff about how FF14 is structured from its gameplay perspective. Like, I still don't exactly understand what the point is of these regional folklore traders tokens be. I have them, but I don't know what the point of them is. Don't tell me, I don't care. But you get my point. Like, there's so many systems in this game that I was just thinking, get to vendor, get stuff. And that's all that was in my mind. I don't know if I actually had the tomestones, though, legitimately. I can't answer that. Anyways, I just wanted to share that because, again, no, I can tell you what happened in Ralger's Reach because I remember that distinctly. The vendor isn't even there. You could see the you know, there's like the desk when you go to the cave area, and then there's like space for obviously a person, and there's nobody there, and it's just like, oh, okay. I shall be very cross if we're asked to clear this mountain of rubble. So we're free to go where exactly? Clickflux offers warm and hearty welcome to Uplander, because now's not the time, Gigapudding. I'll figure out the 700th random, weird mechanism this game has later. By order of Chief Slowfix, Uplanders can come and go at will. One moment while we're clearing away the barricade. Finally, we can continue our journey. On foot, because we don't have flying, canonically. We, Why is, I would have loved it if we just stood there, like, well... Barring any misadventure, we shall soon arrive at Matoya's. Ready whenever you are. Let's go meet the legendary Matoya. So, ahead lies the answering corridor where scholars of Charlayan gather to hone their knowledge. Even from this distance, displaying much of it's been given back to the wilderness. Come on. And we are now one quest away from the library. The cave in which Matoya resides is situated on the southern edge of the hinterlands. So, we shall go... She gives directions to it. Which is funny, because I always assumed Season 1 would be that, right, Ross? But no, it's very much Season 2. Which is funny, because they wanted less continuity with Season 2. And by they, I mean the executives at Paramount, not the actual creative staff. It is very pretty. They don't do much with it, but it's very pretty. What's the name of the zone? Trevanian Hinterlands. Did I already add that one? Okay, that makes sense. They're fungible. They're FTs. Favorite executive... Oh my god, I cannot talk. Favorite executive of example meddling. Jesus, Lore. Wake up. Yep. Continuity is bad? I must kill you, Ross, because we all know that a trope is good no matter what, regardless of how you use it or how you write it. Oh, hey, so, Offshore Twitch account, you actually asked, have I ever watched Better Call Saul? No. Will I ever watch it? Probably not. Favorite example of positive executive meddling? That means I need to come up with an example of positive executive meddling. I know it exists. I know it's happened. Let me get back to you on that, because I can't think of an example off the top of my head. A word of warning. Stubborn geniuses make poor hosts. Okay. No, that doesn't count. USN Corps. Oh no! Frogs! Dead frogs. done? Those sentinels may suffice to discourage the average trespasser, but not the warrior of light. Okay. See, I'd mentioned Star Trek Insurrection, but they didn't actually meddle. They didn't change anything. They just said this story is stupid and then let it happen anyways.
Don't you know it's rude to enter without knocking? The youth of today. No manners at all.
Hi, Matoya.
Though we neglected to knock, we did create something of a commotion. I had hoped that would suffice.
Heavy-handed as ever, I see. And still not a hint of grace. Some things never change.
To give credit where credit is due, I learned from the best. It has been too long, Master Matoya.
Indeed it has. Oh, it's good to see you again, my girl. And with your fiery spirit unquenched. But look at you, all grown up and womanly. The one there in the fancy duds, that's Louis Soir's granddaughter, I take it?
Yeah.
Grandson, begging your pardons. You knew my grandfather, my lady.
Knew him? Ha! We were constantly at each other's throats. Like rabid dogs we were. Oh, he was a stubborn bugger, was your grandfather. Never a dull moment when he was around, though, I'll give him that. As for you, boy, I've known you since you were a rosy-cheeked babe at the teat.
And my sister too, I gather. May I say what an honor it is to meet you again, my lady?
Spare me the hollow pleasantries, boy. I'll wager my remaining good teeth you didn't come to a forgotten corner of Eorzea to flirt with a wrinkly old woman. Now out with it. What is it you need of me?
Explain. Broom. Gotta have the broom sweeping itself. I actually don't remember Pretzel, forgive me.
Azizla. I never thought I'd hear that name again.
You are familiar with it?
I would never recommend buying something off of eBay in general, Mr. Red. Unless you are desperate. eBay is the last... Well, actually, it's the second last result. Chinese eBay is the last result.
As familiar as one can get from poring over musty old tomes. The Allagans set the Isle afloat not long before the sun set on their empire. Old Louis Soir and I often talked about it. The place is home to a research facility dedicated to finding ways of mastering mighty beings, such as primals and dragons. And find ways it did too. Frightening ones. Such secrets as lie buried on Azizla aren't fit to see the light of day. And now you tell me a band of dragon-baiting primal botherers are trying to dig them up?
Indeed. And to make matters worse, the Ascians have a hand in their plot. They must be stopped, no matter the cost.
I see. Very well.
You will help us then? Truly? I had not anticipated such an impassioned response. Could it be that the presence of young blood has stirred your own?
Ah, some things never change. One day that pertness is going to cost you your tail, my girl. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I agree, Omega Legion. And that, yeah, as Blade Torvald mentions, that is a fairly normal thing. Hey, it's the straightforward broom. What's up? No, I haven't did the number game yet. Let's see. Let's Sweeping Love. I'm disrespectful to dust. Can you see that I am serious? Hey, what do we got over here? I live to sweep. Sweep with me or die. Can you do any less? This one's the statuesque from. None shall bite the dust. Out of my way, adventurer. This is no place for adventuring. Nothing to see here. I suppose I should do the guessing game now. Let me roll the dice on it.
It was 50 years ago, shortly after Garlemald had brought all of Ilsabard under its rule.
I actually need a calculator for that one. But the number is there for anybody who wants to join. Guess between 1 and 100.
Faced with a threat of invasion, the people of Sharlayan scrambled about for a means to resist the Empire. For my part, I was tasked with developing an etheric converger.
Ah, yes, a device which draws in ether and concentrates it to produce a destructive force.
But as my research neared its end, it was denounced by the Forum, who claimed that my device was more likely to destroy us than our enemies. After that, they and I had a little falling out, and I decided to seal away all the fruits of my research, lest the dunder-headed ingrates reap any benefit. Ha! Petty, I know, but gods, it was satisfying.
Do mine ears deceive? 'Twas you, was it not, who was so fond of saying that all knowledge exists to advance mankind, that how it is used depends on us?
I don't remember. Perhaps. All right, yes. It was a pet phrase of mine. And that should give you a notion of how sick and tired I was of those spineless wretches of the Forum. All talk and no trousers, that lot. That's why I decided to remain behind, rather than join the Exodus.
All talk and no trousers. Is that literal?
You may have had your disagreements with my grandfather, but upon that point, your minds were as one.
With respect, Master, the fruits of your research should not be left to spoil. Will you share with us the secrets of the Etheric Converger?
Aye, I will. All the information you need is contained in a tome I wrote on the subject. But you'll have to fetch it from the forbidden section of the Great Library.
I mean, do you even have FF14 offshore Twitch account? Either way, it looks like the winners will be Rax, Omega Legion, and Pretzel if you want to hop on.
Ah, you were not exaggerating when you said that you had sealed it away. Though the city is abandoned, the library's guardians are all but certain to remain. We must needs cut a path through them. Come, let us away.
Not so fast, you lot. Stola and the boy are staying with me.
What? But I need them for my trust.
I need help to make new sentinels to replace the old ones you walloped. They'll be board and lodging, don't you worry. But know that you'll have to work for them. Hard. I'll have no sluggards in my house.
Fine, I'll go solo it. Like I always do. In lore. The boy, girl, whatever would only get in your way. But if it turns up you aren't up to the task, well, you can't be trusted with this. Okay. You can do it, Reggie. I wouldn't do it. But you can do it. Yep, hang on. Let me dial up some people. Hey, I need some people to help with this. You know what's funny? WoW briefly introduced a concept called meeting stones, which in lore were Etheric crystals, in all but name. They were put in front of dungeons. Now, they abandoned that idea when they came up with the, the queue system. But I mention it because it would be funny if FF14 would add Etheric crystals to the beginning of each dungeon. So, oh, that's why we teleport in there. Our friends didn't happen to be fishing nearby, kind of a situation. I actually don't want them to do that. That would be terrible. Okay, so let's go to minimum, silence, confirm. Open to dungeons, get rid of these, pull these up. We'll be doing the library. And I know Lilith is someone. I have this memory. I don't remember who Pretzel is, and I know Rax isn't on yet. We stand before the great Google Library, one of Heidelin's most foremost repositories of knowledge. Alas, it has fallen into disuse since the Exodus some summer since. In all those years, its halls have welcomed not the coming of a single soul. Its floors not felt the loving brush of a broom. Mine apologies, sir. Pay no attention to the dreams of a humble broom. You are doubtless eager to venture within and retrieve my lady's tome. Thanks. Oh, the FF14 character. No question, offshore Twitch account. So, here's the thing. Warcraft as a setting is higher tier. Go ahead and get Pretzel there. Than FF14 settings is. But, remember I gave that whole massive speech, which you probably weren't here for, about how in FF14 there's one Warrior of Light, but in WoW there's like 15 main characters. So, by definition, you can see the math, right? One WoW main character is 1/15th, or actually more accurately 1/10th of the Warrior of Light in lore. Oh, Nick. I agree, Pretzel. It's actually a shame, because WoW's story is effectively incompatible with the idea of one main character. It has to be multiple main characters. Oh, no, absolutely. The Warrior of Light would be rank Rax is taking. I'll go ahead and heal them. This level, I'll just take Sage, whatever. Yeah, I could see a group, a WoW group, fighting a mythic boss that is the Warrior of Light. And yeah, that's exactly where that would be. We would be the super optional. That you can only do if you're on mythic difficulty. Ready, check. It shows Rax as a Dragoon, but I trust him. I believe that Rax has this great power to be a tank. This is it. This is the trust. Here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah, and Xenos just spams the Q to do it. Would Morgoth from Lord of the Rings be a dungeon trash or a dungeon boss in WoW? Depends. I could see either, depending on how far it is in. I remember liking this dungeon, but I might be thinking of the hard version, so we'll see. Yeah, exactly. Who's the trust for this, since they specifically in story called out that we don't get Alphino or Y'shtola. And even if we had them, it wouldn't be enough. So clearly, it's Brayflocks and Slowfix. And a broom. Oh god, no, yeah, just brooms. Just 3 brooms. Oh no, yeah, there you go. 2 brooms and a frog. The frog is the healer. And then the brooms are the DPS. And then, hang on. Nah, I guess the broom would have to be DPS and tank. I feel like there was another thing there, but I don't remember it. This is really weird music. Estinian's just on break. Hey, Estinian, can you come DPS for us? Okay. Trying to make sure I'm awake. Not a bad idea. Today has been a really kind of a day, so... I've got fog brain today. Oh yeah, I should be reading these. God, it's been a long time since I've done this for the first time. The rise of the Garlean Empire in the year 1522 of the 6th Astral Era led to significant changes in the structure of Garlean society. This is most evident in the adoption of titles which serve to indicate an individual's place in social hierarchy. The following information has been compiled with the aid of informants in the Empire and not yet verified. So royalty is Zos, the Emperor. Ye is a member of the royal family in a line of succession. Weir is member of the royal family with no claim to the throne. The military is Von, like a legatus. Toll is Tribunus. Sas is Tribunus Augusticlavius, or Praefectus Castrorum. Rem, Quo, Peer, Coen, and so forth and so on. Specialists are Non for chief engineers, Mal for medical people, Lux for chief magitech people, Kier for senior medical people, Gen for medical or technician. Jeez Louise, you people put too much thought and effort into this. I hope there's not a quiz, because I'm not going to remember any of that. Although, actually, if you pay attention, that does line up with what we know about most of their names. Whoops. Just drop this real quick. But yeah, if you ever wondered why all of the Imperials, the Garleans, are not just Voss, you know, Normandy, entirely Voss Normandy, it's because the what they are of thing actually is indicative of their position and standing as well. Which is a cool touch. I think so. But I'm a weirdo. Lore always complains about too much lore. There's too much lore in the world. Here's even more. I'm not reading all this out. The hierarchy extends to the general populace as well, though it is far less complex. The majority of citizens bear the boss title. And boss, Sarah boss. Oh, sorry, wrong setting. There is a smaller group which appear to be comprised of respected artisans who have adopted the Sen title. The On title is bestowed upon the people of annexed territories and indicates they lack even the most basic rights afforded to citizen. However, many Garleans view this as an opportunity rather than condemnation, as citizenship can be granted to those who demonstrate exceptional skills, as well as those who have contributed 20, oh my god, or more years of military service. So yeah, I actually already talked about that, but that's the whole Roman barbarian thing. You can purchase Roman Garlean citizenship, or you can be born into it. That's the carrot. Or, So it's Doomwall, but it's actually a book. So many of the same mechanics as the last one, with a couple of little variables added on top of it. It's literally called Demon Tome, but whatever. Oh, I need help literally out. Quick, 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 get off! There we go! Just to make sure. Couldn't see where you were, so I just played it safe. Yeah, he just randomly hits players, which is actually kind of irritating to heal. But whatever. It's whatever. Like, he literally just has random, unavoidable damage. It's just, instead of being AoE like it usually is, he just targets whoever. So I believe this is the second time we've seen the ice mechanic. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. The ice mechanic... Oh, well. I was too busy healing, so I couldn't show it off properly. My bad. Debuffs. Nope, we're good. Oh, here we go. So the ice mechanic is the moment you start to move in a direction, you commit. Like this, see? So you, even if you tap a little bit, you go a certain length. And it's always the set amount of length. So later bosses will do some really cool stuff with that, where you have to kind of gauge where you're going to land with that. I actually like the ice mechanic here. I think there's some cool stuff that they use it for, but that's just me. See, now, notice he's just randomly attacking Lindley, because he's a dick. Oh yeah, you also can't do anything while you're sliding, which is also awesome. It basically turns the game into Castlevania for a minute. Like the old NES Castlevanias. Commit! I like it. Yeah, I wasn't even going to comment on that, Core. But yeah, no, we will see other fights in the future that will use this mechanic. Well, it's not quite like the Pokemon thing, just because in the Pokemon thing you keep going until you hit a wall. Could you imagine if it was like that? Ooh, that's interesting. We're starting to see the page enemies, of course, from Final Fantasy V, because references. These look straight out of their versions. I know it's hard to see. Let me try to get the camera in here so you can see page 64 there. Which is the face, just like it was in FF5. Exactly, Leander. Quick, go one direction. Whoa! Oh, that sucked. What in God's name? Yeah, you just can't move. It's Karazhan all over again. Don't move or you'll die. I stopped healing for 1 second, and Rax is like, you know what? I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna... I give up on life. Fine. Be healed. Jesus. God damn it, Mr. Fred. Yeah, the Black Mage. I have trained for this my entire life. My day has come. Oh, hey, I have this ability at this level. Everything else new? No. Oh, wait, no, I do. I have this at this level now. Yay! That's an ability I like to use on cooldown now that I've been reminded that it exists. And I have it! At 50-something. What is that? That's it. It's at 50! What the crap? Alright, whatever. Alright, now to let Rax die. Let's see. There is some debate as to whether or not Merlwyb and her League of Lost Bastards were the first Eorzeans to discover the Western continent, but there is no denying their navigational charts were instrumental in establishing the major trade routes of today. Moreover, the accounts of their expedition are widely regarded as both informative... Yep, I can't heal right now. As both informative and entertaining. Of particular note is their first encounter with Mamul Jah, as well as the other indigenous peoples and creatures which seem intent on their demise. These travel journals have since inspired a legion of explorers and treasures hunters to retrace the League's journey, yet in spite of the numbers, the existence of the Bleeding City of Gold has yet to have been found. A lot of page 64s in here. Where's the other pages? Oh yeah, Carachol's legit. I just... Especially since it's a 30-second cooldown. Regular rotation territory. So, it's time for Byblos, another boss from FF5. This is a cute one. I've actually seen people screw up this fight, even when doing this in roulettes. Not minimum eye level and all that. Ugh. So yeah, he picks someone, he charges to them. I'm not sure if that's the first infinite charge mechanic. He does that. Jumps in the middle, he's now invincible. Now we have ads. Tasty, tasty ads. Delicious ads. And now we've got a beam, which we drag into him. This is an old mechanic. They did this in ARR. That knocks him off his thing. He is now vulnerable, and that's pretty much the fight. There's a couple other mechanics, I think literally 2, but that's kind of it. Actually, I did, S.A. Ross. In fact, I have a stupid story to tell you about that. First of all, I still have the gold that I mined up from there. I don't know if they even do that anymore. This would have been in the 80s. But second of all, once upon a time, we went during Halloween. And the entrance to the place had this absolutely enormous, I'm talking like a 30, 40 foot tall spider. It's this big old spider. And I couldn't go in. I couldn't enter the theme park. When I say 30 foot tall, I might actually be underestimating it a little bit. This thing was absolutely gargantuan. It covered the entire entrance. Oh, by the way, further away, less damage, if you're wondering. That's why I was doing that. Like, you've been there, right? You know that, like, there's that whole place you have to go in where you buy your tickets and all that. That whole thing was covered by this spider. And I just was like, nope! Could not manage that. So what ended up happening? And credit where credit is due. Because there was a bit of a trip, and you know, we didn't want to waste the thing, and we didn't waste the tickets. But so what Mom did is she asked the people if they could help me out, and what they ended up doing was they got me effectively a stroller. It wasn't literally a stroller; it was like a larger thing like that. But it was usually for people who were disabled instead of, you know, kids who were terrified of giant spiders. And I got in there, and they actually draped like a blanket over it and just rolled me in, and I just sat there trying really hard not to think about it. So I remember this exact poll because one of the most common things that tends to happen to me, in fact, this has happened while I've been streaming before during a lore week, is that the tank pulls this entire section and then immediately dies. I've seen this happen many times in my days. It was nice of them. And it was a good trip, too. I mean, I liked going to Knott's Farm. Yeah, that was fun. Then I had to leave. Left with a flamethrower. Yeah, in case you're wondering, my arachnophobia isn't a new thing. I actually used to be much, much worse about it. I'm pretty sure that giant, you know, stuffed spider thing wouldn't actually bother me nowadays. Oh yeah, and we used to get the jam every time we went there. Book! Because, you know, it was good. Beauty is ephemeral, but it needn't be. My lady Amandine knows this well, lovely creature that she is. Would that I would have a genuine article in my keeping, but alas, I have to settle for pale imitation. The vessel's not up to the usual standards, but beggars can't be choosers, as they say. I washed and anointed it as per instructions, then secured it to the bed with chains. Wouldn't want to get her ideas above her station. God, it's just the thought of it is enough to get my blood pumping. I can hardly wait to welcome my beloved succubus into this world. Remember her? It's a while ago. I don't blame you if you don't. Okay, I blame you a little bit. No, that one. Target that one. They stopped doing it. They stopped doing the spider thing. I wonder if they had enough complaints that they had to. Nowadays, they just replace the sign with Knott's Scary Farm. I wonder how not unique my tale was. And yes, Leander, sorry. Well, who's looting? Ah! There we go. The tentacles! So many tentacles! And the sound of it writhing on the bed. Oh, God, just listening to it is agony. I made a terrible mistake. What? Yeah, looks like they stopped doing that decades ago at this point. Wow. Oh, well. So, this boss. So hey! This is actually a fun one. Ow. So, we're gonna have to step on these things over here. A number of people equal to how many are lit up. He's gonna put these little marks on people. Once that person goes off, yeah, this mark right here, we're gonna want to put it kind of in a way where it's not really gonna be in the way, because it's gonna drop a little thing that's just gonna do periodic damage to everything nearby. That's why we go out into the middles, so that's not gonna get in the way of the stuff. Here's the void call. We stand on it, chains go around it, we're good. Notice this is some good tutorialization in the boss fight, by the way. Like, we get the idea pretty quickly of what's going on here. He only sends out the 2 orbs initially, and the first thing can be done by literally 2 people. Going in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Rax is like, I must take more damage. I'm thinking Rax is actually turning around and sitting down. I think that's what's going on here. Another one. Gonna drop in the same spot. I am now chained! I knew it! Some 2s. I'll help in just a second with this one. Boop. And then they got that one. We'll get the far one. If you fail, by the way, it's not like you die or whatever. It just summons an ad. Now, those ads can't hurt. But yeah, he also does this, which is an in, and then he'll do an out. Like that. So we have now seen all his mechanics. So now he's going to start combining stuff, and we're going to start to see some 3 spots. Let's get my dot refreshed, because, yep, as I say, this is going to start up here. We'll get one over here. There we go. Let's get some bubbles up. Yeah, because that's going to happen. Now, what I like to do, which is very stupid of me, but I like to stack it here, even though it hurts like hell. Because then that's 2 that we just don't even have to think about. We'll do our first 3. And then we're going to go up to this one over here. Unfortunately, my sprint is off cooldown. But we got both. We're good. We rock. Go out. Then we're going to go in. And yeah, we're done. We did it. I actually rather like this fight. That probably seemed rather simple, but that's just because we wrecked it in its stupid face. Because we're awesome. And yeah, I should mention, Nami is correct. The 3 sigil ads actually suck if they actually spawn. Yeah, honestly, that's probably one of the best dungeon bosses to date of all the dungeons we've covered so far. And Google Library isn't exactly hurting for boss design in general. I'm glad that my memory was accurate, and this place does actually rock. Thank you, as always, everyone, for joining me. Yeah, I can't wait to review a certain Alliance raid in Stormblood, because there's a certain boss in there that I actually really like that everyone hates. And if you know the one I'm talking about. It's such a cool boss mechanic. Yeah, math. That's right. A prime number is a number that can only be divided by 1 and itself. There's a lot of them. I will admit I've screwed up the math boss too. In fact, I'm just going to predict it right now. When we do it on stream, I bet I'm going to screw it up. I still like the fight, though. Alright. So yeah, no, that, like I said, that's a good frickin' dungeon. Let's positive it up. Oh god, if you're not a native English speaker, that fight probably sucks. Whoop, wrong thing. Yeah, so I think I mentioned this to Halvatrix all the way back in the day. Part of the reason I remember Google so well is because it is my opinion that this is the exact moment they got good with their dungeon design. Oh, don't mistake me, Stormblood is when it's codified. We will be flinging positives once we get to Stormblood for dungeon design. But the Great Google Library was the first dungeon that was just good, front to back. My opinion. And you look at what we've got after this. We've got the Etherochemical Research Facility, Neverreap, the Fractal Continuum, the Arboretum, Pharaoh's Heart, Anti-Tower. Like, look at this list. Baelsar's Wall. Vault is well designed, and I gave positives for Vault. But Vault still has a couple of stumbling points in it. Just a couple. Alright. I would agree, though, Vault... So, you know my general thought process. It's not like there's a specific line we cross. It's more like a gradient. We begin to start making good dungeons, and then we finish starting to make good dungeons. And it's a process as we go through that. So for me, they began to start making good dungeons back in Keeper of the Lake, and they finished making good dungeons as of Great Google Library. I could be wrong about the specifics, but that's to me, that's the range of dungeon improvement. And let's not even talk about Shadowbringers dungeons, which I absolutely adore. Just great stuff. That's going to start to be the point where 3 positive stops being enough when we get to Shadowbringers. Okay. Oh, right, let's turn back into a Dragoon. So let's see. We just did Google. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It is 7 quests until we get to... sorry, 8. Sorry, 8 quests until we get to Etherochemical. So it's not going to be all that far from here. Do you mind explaining why, Valvedrix? That's a good question, Mr. Red. As I told Omega Legion, as I've told many people many times, I'm going to be walking into Stormblood with as much of a neutral mentality as I can. Except for Xenos, who sucks. But, no, there is a negative that Xenos is going to get, and it's pretty much guaranteed, but that's on the gameplay axis. I suppose I can't argue that, Valvedrix. I mean, obviously I can argue the boring thing, but that's a personal perspective. What is this, by the way? Anyways, oh, that's Anti-Tower. Okay. That's an interesting dungeon. At the Studium, yeah, you probably can, Leander. I had the good fortune to be tutored by some of the finest scholars. I can safely say that Master Matoya exceeds them all. I would have liked to listen to her arguing with Grandfather. You have the tome, yes? Then hurry and show it to her, that I might be free of her stifling attention. Alright, here's your tome. Give me my frickin' drill so we can go to Azizla. Finally. It's been like 2 hours, and I am racing through this. With high level, with mounts. Let's go! So, I, for one, appreciate exacting supervision. In the short while we have been here, I feel I've gained a better understanding of arcane entities than I did my entire time at the studio. Oh yeah, with flying. I don't have to imagine doing this without flying. I just have to remember it. Should the opportunity present itself, I would very much like to employ this knowledge for the betterment of mankind. Create a new variety of carbuncle, perhaps. Hint it. Don't get ahead of yourself, boy. Louis Sua's grandson or no, it'll take another decade under me before you call yourself a scholar. And a deal more than that to make you a scholar worth a damn. As you may have gathered, Master Matoya is not easily impressed. Indeed. So let's go to Azizla. Well, actually, let's build our drill first. I blame that.
To behold this tome again.
Ham. We are absolutely burning through Heavensward, and let me just say that I'm super happy about that. Don't mistake me. I'm not in a rush. It's just it has been such a smoother experience, right? No weird lurches, no massive padding sections, no just go. And I love it. Like, we're about to finish the main MSQ. We will finish it before the lunch break, guaranteed. By the way, we will need 8 people for the Singularity Reactor. I would love to do that minimum eye level synced.
It is deciphered. Now your friend should be able to make sense of the contents. That said, it's one thing to understand the workings of the Etheric Converger, and another to actually make it work. You do realize how much ether is required.
Sid is keenly aware of the energy dilemma. His airship is by no means large, and it can only bear a limited quantity of crystals.
If only we had white auracite in the etheric siphon.
Alas, Minfilia is missing along with both artifacts, and Moonbreeder is gone.
Would that there were another ready wellspring of energy for us to draw upon.
Why did it not occur to us before? We already have what we need. The Eye! It has been drawing ether into itself for as long as the Great Worms have lived. It is a veritable wellspring of energy.
It might just suit our needs. But is this energy something that can be harnessed at will?
I believe so, with the aid of the Azure Dragoon of Ishgard.
Then it is settled. Let us return to the Holy See at once.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how many problems and solutions those eyes provide. Frickin' dragons. Yeah, truth be told, we will probably still stomp the boss, but...
Wait.
Oh, hey, this is when we find out about the eye thing, speaking of which. The other eye thing.
When did the light fade from your eyes?
I might have known that it would not escape your notice. It has been this way since I returned from the life stream. An after effect of the teleportation magic I invoked, most like.
They are called forbidden spells for a reason. What were you thinking, girl?
I was trying to fix a bad cutscene.
I have no regrets. I but did what was necessary to preserve the light of hope, to keep my promise to Minfilia. Besides, it afforded me the rare opportunity to wander the ether, a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I need not tell you that it consumes your very life force to see by sensing the ether around you. Take care of yourself. Do you hear me?
I will, Master Matoya. And thank you.
Yeah, by the way, several people, including me, have pointed out that that's the same voice actress who voices Sarah. For a little bit of contrast...
Ugh! Squishy one, but you heard me, right? Just say what? Rich tits always try for more than they deserve. Blah, blah, blah!
Obey me, arrow in my face.
I mean, you can hear it, right? You can tell it's the same actress. Thanks to your customarily heroic efforts, we now possess knowledge to build an etheric ram. All that remains is to secure the energy source. Oh, speaking of which, I gave localization. Yes, I did. Okay, perfect. Cool. I know a lot of people who dislike Sarah. I wasn't one of them, but I've known people like that and gotten along with them in real life. And I think that just kind of provided a... I don't know what to call it. More tolerance HP, you know? Like, I've been friends with people like Sarah in real life. Of course, I've been friends with everyone. That's my character trait. I took feet, gets along with everybody. The much better mission music from Heavensward. Sir Emmerich, I'm pleased that your sea recovery proceeds apace. May I introduce you, Stola, fellow scion of the Seventh Dawn, Archon of Charlayan. My lord, pray excuse me for going due pleasantries, but we seek your counsel regarding the etheric ram. Although we now possess the knowledge to build such a device, we lack the appropriate source of energy. We believe that Ishgard may possess a solution to our problem. Do not apologize. Full eager am I to learn of your progress. Please tell me of this energy source you believe we possess. Explain, explain, explain. No, nobody likes Sarah from FF13, especially not Snow. Look, I'm sorry. Snow has better chemistry with Lightning than his one true love. That's just a fact. Probably helped by the fact that the actors involved are literally friends in real life. At a Justinian's command, yes. Very well, I shall speak with him. Thanks, Sir Emmerich. Nay, friend, 'tis I should thank you, as should every Ishgardian. You labor in our name with nary a care for your safety. Yeah, that's what we do. Nobody pays us. We talked about this in AR. Nobody pays us. We just do. Yeah, that's the other problem. Even when we play as Sarah, she doesn't really have really good screen time. It's more, I forget his name's story than Sarah's story in 13.2. How would Shinra rank in this world? I mean, they have, like, above Magitech weapons and high advanced mechs and, like, airships and... Yeah, no, they're much more advanced overall. Noel, that's his name, thank you. I mean, I'm down to 2 million again, because I just dumped a bunch of money on getting ready for the Heavensward craft requests. I actually was looking into this, I apparently can't do that for Stormblood, that'll be fun. Yeah, Shinra also kinda has nukes. They literally have missiles, for God's sakes. Like, you know? Where did I have a... Did I have a lore term for when X is 0 moment? Oh, where friends have to fight? Yes, it's actually not a lorium. It is, in fact, a term I didn't come up with. It's the arbitrary third act... oh, God, what's the term for it? There actually is a term for this. It's drama is what it is, but it's the arbitrary third act argument or whatever. Where it's just like, hey, we hate you, die. We're dumb. And then we go back to normal. I can't remember the term. There is an actual narrative term for this. It's extraordinarily common. It's usually in the third act, hence the term. You're back. Preliminary work is finished. We have the energy. Let's build the ram. Hello, Ishtola. Nice new outfit. Are you cold in that? Her legs are, or thighs are exposed. I don't know how literary such a term is to Koida, but it's fairly accurate. Yeah, exactly, S.A. Ross. Yeah, the third act drama, let's just call it what it is extraordinarily common. Estinian! Clean off your armor! It's been a bit. You've had a time to get a bath. The power of the eye is not to be drawn upon lightly, but I believe we have sufficient cause to do so. So this is the fabled eye. Good lord, it seethes! 'Tis a wonder such power can be contained, much less controlled. Boys, our friends have been part of the ingredients. Let's go make something. It's free dye. Of course, they me. The armor actually stays on in the bath. There he is. As your wings bear us to the final battle. I admit there's a poetry to it. It goes without saying the Temple Knights will bear the cost for the work on the Enterprise. Yes, see, someone mentioned this earlier. That's kind of our pay. If we ask for something, people usually give it to us. I'm pretty sure we could literally walk into a tavern and say, could I have a meal, please? And they will simply give it to us. Most folk know Master Garland is a genius inventor. It's only when you come to work for him you realize he's also a tyrant taskmaster. So, Azizla. Let's do it. I remember that, Camper. That was a cool idea. I had a similar idea for the Mario 4X, believe it or not. It was going to be the currency of the Babam race, specifically. I had a whole mechanic built up for it. Like, you would, it was going to call honor. And the more honorable of an action you would take, the more honor you would gain. But you could also lose honor. Like, let's say you go into a battle with, like, 5,000 Babams. And you're fighting 500 enemies, you would lose a ton of honor there because you're just absolutely curb-stomping the enemy, right? But honor could also be spent on restoring Babam. So once a Babam is spent, you know, it's a suicide unit, but you can burn honor in order to bring that unit back. But also creating brand new Babams would take forever and blah, 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 blah. There's a whole thing. I've actually put a lot of thought into the Babams. More than most of the other races in the Mario 4X for some reason. I don't know, it just caught my attention, I guess. This is it then. Go well, my friend. I shall pray to the Fury for your preservation. Thanks, Lucia. Mayhap you think it strange a daughter of Garlemald should pray. I do not blame you. I used to think it passing strange myself. But that all changed when I discovered something dearer to mine than mine own life. Therefore, praying seemed the most natural thing in the universe. Prayers are born of heartfelt faith. In manipulating the people's belief for his own twisted ends, the Archbishop makes a mockery of their very existence. It cannot be borne. And I should also mention that that was partially inspired by Eingrad, who some of you may remember was a viewer who bowed out several years ago at this point. Now, he and I actually talked about the Babam mechanic a little bit. And, yeah. Anyways, so you're off to face the Archbishop. Be careful. I'll be careful. We've lost too many friends as is. Some may return to us, but I couldn't bear to lose anyone else. I just couldn't. I realize it's asking a lot, but you're the strongest person I know. I like her new hat. You see it? In fact, she actually has a whole new outfit if you're paying attention. Because I think those quests have already happened in lore. Turn-based parkour? I could see that. It's about mapping out what you do and where, and then there's dice rolls involved in if you succeed. And so then you have to kind of, like, adjust because you failed a particular thing, so now you're in the wrong spot. Ah, thank you, Son of Sanguinius, as always. Very much. I will jot that down for Space Marine 2. Yeah, exactly. Multiple possible fail states, which you have to then recover from. Even if you succeed, there's probably other things that can happen. Hey, Hilda. Why is everyone thirsty for Hilda? Off to face the Archbishop and his cronies, huh? I'd love to go give those bastards a walloping myself. That snake Charbot especially. But I gotta stay here, keep an eye on things. With the Archbishop gone, some of the poor folk might get in their heads to do something stupid like storming the pillars. But Bloodmont will get us what we want, and I need to remind them of that in case they forget. No need to worry about us anyway. I'll work with Sir Emmerich to preserve the peace. You just settle the score with the Archbishop, aye? It's the ears, I knew it! Everyone likes Vulcans. I mean, elves. I mean, half-elves. Yeah, roll a natural one. Isn't that just Dying Light 2 at that point? Actually, I've died several times in Dying Light 1. Specifically because, you know, didn't quite catch the ledge. Master Runner. Feels only yesterday when we were first here in this chamber. You came to us as a fugitive seeking asylum, and now you bear the hopes of our nation on your shoulders. That is kind of my job. It's what I'm here for. He would not have told you, but Al-Shafal begged me to accept you into our household. He described you as hope incarnate. At the time, I assumed he was waxing lyrical, as was his wont, but I have come to see he simply spoke the truth. You are hope. A shining beacon that shall guide the people of Ishgard through the raging snowstorm. A memento. Were my son here, he would have wished to fight at your side in the battle to come. Take care, my friend, and return to us. Yeah, we're gonna go fighting things that I would not allow Al-Shafal to engage with. You stay back, buddy. Not that you're here. Alright, so who's in favor of making a primal of Al-Shafal? Actually, I agree with that, Leander, which is funny. If you think about it. That's an interesting idea, Omega Legion. We'll never let him go, Valvedrix. I've got it. We'll chop off his head, and we'll go find and murder other adventurers to stitch him back together again. Count Edmond bequeathed unto you Lord Al-Shafan's shield. Gesture. We bear the hopes and dreams of many souls. Let their faith in us be a source of strength and courage in our remaining trials. First flight of course, what ship do you have after the Enterprise? The Excelsior. It could be argued whether the Enterprise is a Trek reference or not. The Excelsior is totally a Trek reference at this point. I mean, come on. Ishtola? That's true, Dara. We sort of did overhaul the government of Ishgard, which we failed to do at the other places.
Until but recently, the Ishgardians have kept their doors firmly shut to outsiders. But thanks to you, we have found in them stout allies with whom we may fight to secure the future of the realm. Truly, you are the beacon of hope towards which all men are drawn.
Spare us the hyperbole. 'Tis not for praise that we fight.
Oh? In light of all we have achieved, I felt it only meet to express my gratitude.
All that we have achieved. Spoken like a true outsider. Until the war is over, we have achieved nothing. The coming battle is a chance to excise the root of this conflict, and by my hand it shall be done. Then you may speak of achievement.
'Twas not mine intent to make light of your struggle. If I have given offense, then I apologize. But if I may speak freely, you would do well to be wary of the eye. Even now, it burns with insatiable hatred, watching unblinking for a sign of weakness. Should you falter for so much as a moment, it will surely consume you.
Save your concern. I will consume the eye ere I let it consume me.
"12 be praised, thou hast not yet set forth. Cross sand and snow have I journeyed, that I might deliver this gift unto thee."
White Auracite. But whence did it come?
To mine amazement, it lay hid amongst Moonbreeder's last effects. 'Twas but blind chance or providence that I did hap to spy it. Let no man claim that my late friend e'er erred for lack of foresight. In the place whither thou goest, servants of darkness do lie in wait. Pray, give unto me thy pledge that thou wilt strike them down and avenge our fallen comrade.
Justinian! The revelations of recent days may have overturned the foundation of my faith, but my purpose remains unchanged, ending this damnable war. Yep. And plus, if we're being honest, this particular white Auracite doesn't really change events all that much. Not really. It could have been written around if we didn't have it.
Ah, excellent timing. We've just finished our work on the Enterprise. She's so much improved, I've decided to give her a new name to suit. The Enterprise Excelsior. Or simply the Excelsior if pressed for time.
Oh my.
Once again, she'll carry Eorzea's protectors into battle.
All aboard! I can do no more than see you off with prayers for your safety and success. Yet know that wheresoever you may go, my son's spirit goes with you. May the Fury grant you strength.
Return to us, all of you.
Enterprise Excelsior. Engage.
Yeah, exactly, Nimi. Like I said, the white arsite doesn't bother me much because it's just kind of there and gone and doesn't really change anything. And it does make sense that Moonbrita would have a spare. It's a bit of a shame because, honestly, we kind of waste the thing, if I'm being blunt. In character. God, I love Heavensward's music. You'll notice I've already given a music positive, whereas by contrast in ARR, I didn't give that for quite a while. We'll see if we get any more music positives. Speaking of which, here's Oz's Law. No reason I mentioned that.
This is it! Get ready!
A little bit, yes, Loner.
Eye of mine enemy, render unto me thy power!
By the way, I don't know if you caught this. I should talk about this because this is a lore thing. But I'll wait till this cutscene. Don't let me forget to talk about the eye, because it's a lore run thing. This is still a pseudo lore run.
No, you will not claim me. I am the master.
It's a brilliant barrier, the way they describe it. It's actually what we nowadays call reactive shielding. It takes the energy of the surrounding area and uses it to directly contrast the type of energy that's trying to break through it. So you would need a stupid amount of power to get through it, which we have. Or some way to disable it, which we don't. I could see that Umbral Magnus, yeah. Man, they build them ugly in the Garleans, don't they? Look at that thing. Yeah, I like that they were just sitting there waiting, like, well...
Chief, we've got an Imperial battleship on our tail. And it's bleeding massive. Damn it! The bastards were waiting for us to open the door for them.
Well, shoot. I don't know if I could kill an entire battleship by myself. That might strain me a little bit.
I'm gonna try to shake them. Hang on to something.
Yeah, as I say, actually a boarding action would probably be a better option here.
Ooh, we're all going to die! Tataru!
Cut to Tataru. Did you hear something?
She won't take much more of this!
The time is come to use Hydaelyn's gift. Much blood has been spilled in my name. And for what? For a false cause that I created for want of the warmth of companionship. Saint Shiva, pray Svelga, pray forgive this fool. But even now, I cannot let go of my dream. My dream of a tomorrow in which no child need freeze alone in the snow.
No one deserves that.
Is that Azelle? What does she mean to do?
O goddess, born of mine own hopes and dreams, for the last time, I beseech you, fill this vessel with your light, still the hatred within our hearts, and bless us with eternal grace!
Farewell, warrior of light, and thank you for showing me the way.
No!
This ether. It was a crystal of light. She, too, was one of Hydaelyn's chosen.
Fare you well, my lady.
Yeah, like it or not, we had a bit of a Darth Vader problem with her. So... that is probably the best possible outcome. I wasn't afraid, not in the least. What's that spell? Oh my god, someone spilled something down my trousers! One of the things I like about the way they designed the Dragon Eyes is it not only... it would be easy for them to just say the Dragon Eyes are superly magically powerful. But did you notice they bothered to try and explain it, too? It's such an under thing that I've actually known some people who didn't even notice this. Because what happens is Dragon's eyes slowly absorb ether. And the dragon is then powered by their own eye. That's their battery. We've talked about this so many times. But unlike us, Dragon's eyes have no max. They could just keep absorbing ether forever. But unlike a primal, they don't rip it out of the terrain. They just absorb little bits and pieces. This is their explanation for why dragons are stronger the older they get. Because they very slowly but very continuously accumulate more and more ether the older they get. This is why Nidhogg and Hraesvelgur's eyes are so damn strong, because they've been around for a frickin' 1,000 years, absorbing more and more ether. I just love the fact that they bothered to explain that in a way that lines up perfectly, and still works for what they were going for. Anyways, I wanted to comment on that because they were talking about the eye, and then we had the awesome cutscene of Awesome, which I didn't want to talk over. Oh, I'm sorry, Blue of Alex. I know that feeling. Mummy demastered. So, welcome to Azizla. I don't know about you, I'm glad to be back on solid ground, even if the ground is floating in the sky. When the Imperial battleship appeared, I honestly thought we were finished, and we would have been if not for your friend arriving when she did. No, we could have boarded the ship, or crash-landed or something. But no, that was... 12 grant her mercy. Brief though our time was, Izael was a true friend, a gentle soul who fought for her beliefs. She would have made a fine scion. Yeah, I've heard a few people that... This is funny. You've heard me complain for, like, 3 days solid about them undoing deaths. Would it amuse you to know that I've heard several people complain about the fact that Izael's death sticks? This isn't even a spoiler. This is a permanent death. She does not come back. There's just something about that just amuses me. What is a scion but one who fights for our cause? Our hopes survive thanks to her sacrifice. Let that be enough. Yet I cannot help but wonder how she came to know of our presence here. From Hraesvelgur, I would imagine. He would have felt me channeling the Eye's power. It would seem they were able to make peace with one another in the end. She gave her life because she believed in us, so we need to kind of follow through on that. Fire Emblem Warriors. I haven't actually had the chance to play that one. But I've heard bad stuff about it, and it looks like you confirmed that, so... Damn, that sucks. I'm sorry. See that dome-like structure? Let's make our way there. And, real quick, let's get our Heavensward relic while we're here. I'm actually curious if they're there right now. Nope, looks like no one's here. Oh, no, I'm wrong, they are here. In fact, even Geralt is here, check it out. Here's Geralt, hey. Okay, so let's go through this really quick. So we talked to him and we're like, hey, make this, and then he makes this, and that's the Heavensward relic. Okay, cool. Back into it. All right. I'm skipping over a couple of steps in that quest chain. I sense an ominous presence. Heavy though our hearts may be, we must go onwards. Sid's right, we owe it to her to see the mission through. Likey! Okay, the real point of that story arc is we actually... where is it? Oh wow, I have 2 steps to these things now. Summon? So while we're going through that quest, we find and, well, essentially we help build this. and we help them experience and grow and develop into something that would approximate an intelligent life form. Whether it's sentient or sapient is a little bit more debatable, and not something I'm willing to put a finger on. But that's actually the essence of the very weapon we're using. The essence of this thing. The core of it. Exactly, Omega Legion. That is... So what we do in the Heavensward relic specifically is we make a weapon that has a soul. And that's the soul manifested, because eventually there's issues with it, and we have to separate the soul from the weapon. That's why it turns into a pet, in addition to the weapon. That's a little more of an actual summary of what happens. It's a long chain. It's much less worse. It's much less bad than ARRs. However, in the interest of fairness, I should probably give it one negative for being a long, sluggy, boring grind. Because it is. You get to a point where you just start farming tomestones. It's just tomestones. It's just tomestones. Just, if you can just picture... I think the final count is something like 14,000 tomestones or something like that. It's some ludicrous number. And it takes a while. And you can't even do it all in one bundle. By the way, that's the nerfed version. What I did. I refused to do it until they nerfed it. And yeah, I wasn't even going to talk about the light farming. Actually, my friends here actually helped me farm Alexander to get the light farming. Because, yeah. Yeah, no, it was bad. So... I was going to say, that, yeah, speaking of which, the light farming used to be worse. But yeah, I do agree. The Heavensward relics look legit. It's probably not super obvious, but there's actually a fairly large amount of detail to this thing. It's not just a glowing ball. You can actually see patterns in the orb, and you can see the extra orbs that are orbiting it in their own little patterns. The actual object itself that's rotating in the middle has a lot of detail on it. It's very cool, and I'm very happy with it. This will probably be my transmog for my Astrologian forever. Anyways. Moving on. So, there's no sentinels. We seem to be safe, and there's a giant chocobo right here. Let's talk strategy with this chocobo overseeing us here. First of all, in the interest of efficiency, I suggest we make this place our base of camp. We coordinate our search for the bishop. Good. Now, unless I'm mistaken, this used to be an airship landing, and a major one at that. From my note of Alagan design, there should be a terminal nearby. We need to find it. Oh yeah, the Alagan terminals help us build the Heavensward relic. That's why it's here. Because, of course, the Alagans would know about forging weapons with souls, because they're the Alagans. Ugh. I should mention we are now 4 quests from the end of the MSQ. And again, we are going to need 8 people. I would really like to do the Singularity Reactor synced. So I'd really like it if we could get 8 people for that. I was willing to accept it with Bismarck, for lack of a better option. We'll also need 4 right before that. We'll probably have to do the number game again. And there's the music. Finally, the Az's Law music. Machines are beyond my ken. I shall leave it to the others to find this terminal. Of more concern to me are the dragons I sense nearby. Yeah, there's a couple. I actually got Singularity Reactor in Roulette just a few days ago. And we smashed through it so hard that there was a certain point where we were just literally waiting for the cutscene to finish. Let's see. Why am I collecting crystals for my goddess? A, she's not my goddess, and B, I have no idea, really. A fun fact about myself whenever they ask for one in group things, like team building. I'm secretly an alien who's also a cyborg. Wedge, you alright? Yeah, I stumbled over this terminal. Literally tripped on it. Sorry, Chief, but I think I found something. Literally tripped over it. I gotta make that clear. Also, as usual, percussive maintenance works. See? Initiating. Performing diagnostics. Diagnostics complete. To proceed, please agree to the terms and conditions of use. Whatever. Nobody reads those anyways. Thank you. To register a user, please state your name. Commander. Oh, sorry. Wrong game. User register complete. Welcome to Azizla, Master Wedge, Master Lore. I am Guidance Node GLI. Okay. Wedge. No. Resident Evil 3 Remake sucked, Zach Taft. I would never recommend that. I would literally recommend you just play Resident Evil 3 over that. I mean, I could make up fun facts if that's the goal. Did you know I'm secretly the Lich King? I've got the sword to prove it. Now activating death mode. Ah! Oh god, that would be so terrible, US Corp. Node, I need a status update on the facility. Gilly, you have to do what the chief says. Gilly. That's it. Good girl. Here we are. Not much of note. Appears someone recently reactivated Helix, which is this area. Reactivated, you say? By the Archbishop. See, I'm not an introvert, Disco. I'm also not really shy. Not anymore. Not since I was like 8. Are there other people in the facility, and if so, where? I would say the nodes count as a step below VI. These are advanced Roombas. They are advanced Roombas, but they're advanced Roombas. Flagship, the Central Isle. The Etheric Research Facility in the Fractal Continuum. And intruders detected in Gamma Quadrant. Interesting. Our Imperial friends, I suspect. I hope they enjoy the defense system. But what of the Archbishop? What might offer an indication? Ah, which area is currently consuming the most energy? Thank God we had Sid for this, am I right? Somewhere called Triad Control. We'll get there, eventually. Possibly today, I don't know. Depends on how many people are on. It is, and I quote, a regulation facility for the warring triad test subjects. And that's all it says. The rest of the information is only accessible to users with consular privileges. I just like the sound of this, which leads me to believe it is indeed the place. I am inclined to agree with Ishtola. Whatever it is the Archbishop seeks, it's likely to be there. That settles it then. We need to find a way to cross over there. But I can fly! Ah, thank you, Rex. I do appreciate it. I had a small list of dungeons that are optional. But it was very hastily thrown together. Greetings, Master Lore. Yes, I wish to know how to reach the flagship. Access granted. Generating route. Commence guidance route. Please be aware that the designated route may take you through restricted sectors, and the Isle's defense systems may attempt to terminate you. Be kindly reminded that, in accordance with the terms and conditions of use, you and your party assume all risk of damage or injury, including death, that may occur en route to your destination. Diadem is Shadow, I think. But we'll probably show it off here, because it's efficient too. And then we'll put it under Shadow. I'm only going to show... It's going to be like POTD. Well, no, actually, it's not going to be a 2-hour slog like POTD was. It'll be more like when I showed off Frontlines, like a quick 15-minute wong, and then that's it. Because, yeah, we literally can't show off Diadem like it used to be, and honestly, I'm kind of okay with that. And I am not okay with that. So let's take the intended route, which is to fly directly there and completely avoid everything. You are currently in the Alpha Quadrant. First, you must use a nearby matter conduit to go to the Beta Quadrant. Please wait a moment while I reactivate it. Thank you, Guidance Bot. GLI. I mean, probably not, Reggie. It's not uncommon to label things quadrants. So. Hey, let me fly up to this teleporter. I wouldn't put it past him either, to be clear. I'm just not sure. Endwalker Disco. Give in to the darkness. And don't tell me anything about it. It's weird hearing this version of this song. Which version do you mean, Laura? I made a accordance mix of this song by request, actually. And that's the one I tend to hear more often. It was one of my earlier accordance mixes, so it's kind of simple, but whatever. According to my records, this conduit was last serviced approximately 5,014 years, 6 months, 11 days, 7 hours, and 13 minutes ago. That it should function without mishap may be described as a miracle. Thanks for telling me that after the teleport. The matter conduit appears to operate on the same principle as Etherites. It certainly has withstood the test of time. That's one way to put it. That note is not what it seems. From amidst the metal, I sense the gaze of a living being. Have care around it. Are you certain it's wise to trust our lives to this orb? No. Oh, speaking of which, I need to get my pet back out. Go away, Anima. Nobody likes you. Yeah. Final Fantasy's not technological. It literally has been since the very beginning. It's always been true. This sector... I mean, I guess there's a few that aren't super technological. Like 2 and 3 don't have super high-tech stuff. 4 does. As does 5. And 6. And 7. And 8. And 9. And 10. And 11. Listen, nobody can accept pink Darth Vader, Reggie, okay? Pink Darth Vader sucks. Shouldn't even be allowed. Yeah, I was gonna say, the Cyclone was my first thought, but then I realized that's actually purely magical. Orb is beginning to try my patience. This area teems with chimerical creatures. The Alogans did not respect life. Brilliant as they were, I cannot bring myself to respect them. Yeah, they just like... The Alogans just like to mix and match stuff. A lot. Unable to activate matter conduit. Energy shortage detected. Identifying cause. Time is short. Let's split up and kill these enemies. Okay. They literally are, Reggie. Oh, the Aperture Science team would absolutely be a Logans. Like, no question on that. Is this up or down? I think it's up. It's down. We do what we must, because we can. Let's see here. So a while ago I heard someone say Garlemald needs to be completely destroyed because of how evil they are. First of all, I'm just going to disagree with that on the very face of it, but let's go on to your actual question. It feels to me wasting the infrastructure the Empire set up would be a waste. Do you think it should be removed entirely or simply restructured? I mean, I feel like I've already answered that, but no, I'm with you. This is... I don't want to spoil, but let's just say that in certain other settings and certain other things, there have been evil empires that have been restructured into not being evil, and it's worked out pretty well. It's not easy, but it's doable. By the way, I'm actually with Terra. I wouldn't call the Total War series an RTS series. Total War is a 4X light with RTS battles. And the level of complexity of both sides of that, the strategic layer and the tactical layer, varies based on the individual game in question. For Christ's sakes. What's the difference between Rouge Light and Rouge Like? I have no idea. Can anyone tell me what the difference between a roguelike and a rogue light is? Because I never remember, and honestly don't even care that much. Chimera's defeated. Ah, gotcha. So roguelite is what I enjoy then, whereas a roguelike can go to hell. Quest are we on? Yep. We are 2 quests from the dungeon, by the way, so I'm going to go ahead and start getting that group going. If anybody else wants to join us for that, this would be a good time to say, I want to be here for the Etherochemical Research Facility. Or you can just guess a number. Because it doesn't matter. I can't be biased because I'm rolling for the numbers nowadays. So just go ahead and guess a number. Okay. Now I know the number. Yeah, no, so yeah, that would make Diablo a roguelite as opposed to a roguelike. Wait, what did he say? I feel I've attained a better affinity with arcane entities. Why? I'm kind of with you on that, Terra, especially since what irritates me is when they talk about games like, say, SimCity as a strategy game. I get why they say that, but it still kind of makes me go, every time I hear that. So the Garleans managed to land. Repairs on their vessel appear to be underway. I doubt they will leave here anytime soon, however. Nay, they'll remain as long as they can until they've stripped the Isle of its secrets. Whether or not they mean to linger, their presence here now is an unwelcome complication. Let us avoid confrontation. We got other things to deal with. We're in a hurry, after all. That's why we spent so many days, years, centuries dealing with that side quest to recover Y'shtola and build a drill. What? Pull this up, speaking of which. very small niggle, Rax. You forgot Dusk Vigil. Close encounters of the third kind. Intruders detected in this quadrant. Recommended you avoid confrontation. Be kindly reminded that in accordance with terms... Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I was just glancing at it because I was thinking about what was coming up next. Because like I said, after the lunch break, I kind of want to start hitting that. You know, the dungeons and the raids. And I was like, wait, shouldn't Dusk Vigil be first? So, hang on, let's look at our numbers. Is that it? Only 3 people want to join? Because if that's true, then we're good to go. We'll have a party of Rax, Bragwin, and Mr. Red, and there we go, we're done. Whoop! Overshot. Something is afoot. I definitely am going to want more people for the trial, because, you know, we'll need 4 more people there. Hey, it's General Leo. I mean...
Our objective lies at the heart of the Isle. The third will remain to guard the ship, while the second patrols the perimeter and eliminates any threats. The first will come with me to secure the research facility. Let no man doubt the import of our mission. The Allagans found a means to capture Icons alive, and their knowledge lies hid upon this isle. If we can but acquire it, we would be able to prevent the beings from returning to plague us, thus ending the cycle of rebirth. I need not remind you that success will raise our Legion high in the Emperor's regard. Yet, by the same token, his radiance does not tolerate failure. That is all. All troops, prepare for deployment!
Yeah, I do like Regula. I said I'd say something about this, and I suppose now's as good a time as any, after this cutscene finishes.
So that is their purpose.
To think that the knowledge used to bind no less a being than Bahamut sleeps here.
Imprisoning a primal in such a manner would represent an effective means to halt the cycle of summoning, were it not for the grave and obvious risks.
Indeed. We need but refer to past experience, that of Bahamut's calamitous return, to see why this is not the solution we seek.
Held in duress, a primal will continue to nurse its hatred for mankind. And when it inevitably breaks free, its rage will be beyond quelling.
As you know. But no, they're right. I mean, you don't even have to look at FF14. Just look at every JRPG ever. Sealing away evil usually doesn't work. Believe it or not, parallaxing enemies, it's not really a feasible solution.
Whatever folly the Garleans mean to commit, they can wait. We must remain focused on our task.
Yes, of course. It would not be polite to keep the Archbishop waiting.
Yep, we're gonna go kill Pope Evil. So unfortunately, One Winged Angel, I literally cannot answer your question. Because I don't actually know the answer to your question. I have only done the first raid in LFR in Shadowlands. And then we abandoned the game. We abandoned WoW for a while, so... I don't know. Now, hang on. I gotta redo my group setup. So, Mr. Red, Bragwin, and Rax. Bragwin, and Mr. Red. We got a little bit of time. We're not quite there yet. Pretty close. That you have survived to this point is in defiance of possibility, but it appears the danger is not yet passed. Warning, intruders approaching. Oh no! No, no! Alright, now what? Is there seriously a God damn it! Alright, hang on. Let's promote Rax. Let's leave the party because solo instances suck! No joke, a solo instance made me quit this game. But I shouldn't talk about that yet. Hey look, a solo instance. Can I help you?
That would explain my men's silence. We meet again. And this time, we will not be interrupted. Come! Show me your power, champions of Eorzea!
I mean, okay. If you insist.
I shall make it quick.
I would love solo story duties if they weren't solo mandatory. But I've talked about that too much. Every expansion will get those negatives. Moving on.
So it comes to this!
He fights a lot like Gaius, doesn't he? Now that I think about it. Are you handling the troops over there? Oh, hey. Get back here. Stop not standing in the fire! That's not fair! Oh my god, he literally fights like Gaius. Holy crap. I didn't even remember that part.
I had heard the tales of your strength, warrior of light, and now that I have experienced it firsthand, that Baelsar's defeat seems less inexplicable.
What?
You are a formidable foe, and I have thoroughly enjoyed our time together. Alas, all good things must come to an end. Allagan's secrets await, and there is no profit to be had in remaining here. Keep them occupied.
I mean, Regula's helmet is pretty dumb looking.
Coward.
It would seem we have no choice.
You must continue on. We will hold them here.
But I...
Take the eye. It should still hold enough energy to be of use to you.
Not a lot of people Estinian would trust with that.
Join you as soon as I am able.
I mean, he's going to show up in the dungeon we're about to do, Wenlock, so...
Enough talk. Make haste and stop the Archbishop.
I was going to say the same thing, Blade Jamal. So, from my understanding, in answer to your question, Blade Traval, the specific method the Alogans use to capture primals is to effectively keep them in a form of stasis. Which means that maybe we would be able to remove the knowledge and prayer of them, but they would still be at the status which they were put into stasis, you know what I mean? So they wouldn't be easier to get rid of, it would just be easier to permanently get rid of them because they wouldn't be resummoned. Maybe. All of that's hypothetical, obviously. Welcome to Delta Quadrant, where we deal with dragons. To this day, this sector is home to live specimens brought from the southern continent of Mercidia. Truly a testament to the greatness of the Alagan Empire. Right. One quest away from the dungeon. Yep. This area was destroyed by a dragon, which broke free of its restraint when they failed approximately 2,369 years, 1 month, 24 days, 7 hours, and 4 minutes ago. Please find an alternate route to the research facility. Okay. If only I had an alternate route there. Hey, Maker's Armor. So thy journey hath led thee to this accursed place. Canst thou hear it, mortal? Ceaseless keening of my kindred steeped in 5,000 years of suffering. Long before the Ishgardians and their base betrayal, there lived still more wicked men whose ambition knew no bounds. Fearful of our might, covetous of our power, they devised a means to enslave dragonkind. Oh my god, I didn't even intend this, but I totally stole this story idea for Primus. I didn't even think about that. Their vile I'm gonna say I was inspired, because I didn't even realize the connection until this very second. Their vile misdeeds did set in motion a train of events whose repercussions are felt to this day. Beyond thou wilt find the first of my brood. Hearken to her words. Partake thou of her pain. Think thou upon the suffering the conflict between our kind hath begot. So for those of you who are sufficiently familiar with Primus, the Viosians, who actually managed to defeat and destroy many of the dragons who are on Primus as part of their overall conquest approach. For those of you who don't remember who the Viosians are, don't worry about it. No, I'm sure I was inspired by this. Again, it didn't even occur to me until right now that I was. Hello. Can I help you? Yeah, I got that, thanks. No, I would have had her never die, Disco. Or keep her dead. I mean, both work, really. Who cometh to this forsaken place and disturb my solitude? Tiamat! Father, can it truly be you? None other. My form is such that I may journey with Heidelin's chosen. A mortal who desireth to end the war between man and dragon. Explain. Millennia have passed since I was brought low by the men of Alec. To think that war rageth still between our kind. Hearken to my tale, child of man. I am Tiamat of Midgardsormr's first brood. In a time before time, my father did come to this star, bearing 7 eggs. Okay, so I can finally give this away. Dragons are aliens. They're literally from another planet.
From these eggs did my children hatch. And once they were full grown, they took wing and spread across all the lands of Hydaelyn.
Together with my brood brother Bahamut, I journeyed south to Mercidia, and together we brought forth innumerable children into the world. Gross. We abided in peace, and all was well until the men of Alig came, some 5,000 years since. They slaughtered my children in droves and took from me my beloved Bahamut. 'Twas then, when I would fall into the depths of despair, that black-robed men came to me, the Ascians. They offered to resurrect Bahamut through their dark arts, and I, in my grief, accepted, a decision which I shall regret unto my dying breath. But what they brought back was a mockery of my beloved. Worse, the Ascians gifted his murderers the means to entrap him. By the way, believe it or not, that's actually a little bit of a plot point. So in case you missed that, this is the first time they've confirmed that the Ascians have been around since the Alagan times. We know they've been around for at least a little bit, but that goes into the millennia range. Know this, child of man. The beings thy call gods are but specters of thy mind's creation, given form at cost to Hydaelyn. Many such beings yet slumber across the land, brought to heel by the selfsame empire that bound me. They must not be released into the world. If thou wouldst end... I think she's referring to the warring triad, by the way. If thou wouldst end the conflict, vanquish thee the Ascians, and deliver the weak of will from the bonds of dark influence. It hath been 5,000 years, my child. Wilt thou not forgive thyself? Well, the release of death is denied me here, yet I desire not freedom. Nay, father, I shall live with my regret until the world hath ceased to be. Such is my punishment for consorting with darkness, for calling forth a loathsome and lamentable creature which blackeneth my beloved's memory. And again, Bahamut the Primal, not Bahamut the Original. From all stories, and there's a couple here and there, Bahamut the Original was actually a pretty chill dude. We did it! We reconnected with Hydaelyn for no good reason. Yay. But yeah, sorry, Disco. We had a very, 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 very long, like, hour-and-a-half conversation about Ishtola's death and the consequences of the banquet. So forgive me for being verbose in summarizing. But the summary is, don't have her die. Change, either eject it completely, change it into something better, or don't have her come back. Preferably to change it into something different.
Warrior of light, beloved son.
What?
The light abideth within thy heart again. Full valiantly didst thou overcome thy many trials, but glory not in thy success. For the servants of darkness are ever close at hand. Receive of me my blessing once more.
I was gonna say, you can hear Aveline in that, by the way. Really obvious.
And go forth to shine thy light on all creation.
Thou hast broken down the wall I built around thee, and partaken of thy mistress's blessing once more. Strong art thou, mortal, stronger than any other of thy kind.
Yeah, you can call me a Star Destroyer. You destroy planets? No, that's not what I meant.
Having looked upon thy deeds, I am convinced thou art worthy to bear her light. The Covenant bound me to thee, but 'twould seem our fates were mingled from the first.
Yeah.
Though I will not fight thy battles, I will yet lend thee my wings.
By the way, this is another major character that respects us in Heavensward. Enjoy it while it's here. Nobody respects us in Stormblood.
We go to cast out the darkness.
Okay, that's an exaggeration. There are people who respect us in Stormblood, but you notice how everyone respects us in Heavensward? Everyone who's still alive at the end of it anyways. Oh, hey, it's the Mount Song. I haven't heard this in a bit. You can now ride Midgar's armor. We actually have to, in fact. This is what he looks like. I was gonna say, hope you're here, because, yeah, it's dungeon time. We're gonna, I think, does anyone remember how long the cutscenes are after the raid? So I might just skip lunch. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, by the way, the name of the quest is Heavensward. They do that. A Heavensward quest. In Stormblood, the final quest is called Stormblood. In Shadowbringers, the final quest is called Shadowbringers. Warning, intruders detected. That sucks. I mean, it's understandable, but it sucks. You know what? I think it would make for a better stream if I actually paused for lunch now. Because that way, we can hit the dungeon and the raid back-to-back as it is meant to be. And then hit up the ending. Does everyone sound cool with that? Yeah, it's right here. In fact, here, I'll just go ahead and walk in here. Oh my god, there's intruders. Oh no. There's people here. Die in a fire. Paralyzed me. That's just foul play right there. Sorry, Omega Legion. I apologize for taking this long. So, now we must go in. Ending guidance. Unknown energy source detected within the Etherochemical Research Facility. Exercise caution. I am pleased to have been of service to you. Please send my regards to Master Wedge. Deactivating. Because, of course, the Alogans would build things that would essentially break the moment they don't need them anymore, right? Alright, yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and chop off, do probably a short lunch break, and then I will be back in however long for the end of Heavensward MSQ.